kind of thrown into this same situation. It fell apart for him eventually in Tuscaloosa. But man, you got to give Stetson Bennett credit. The guy didn't pack it in emotionally and mentally. He was still ready when his number was called. He had a fantastic day.
56-7, Georgia beats UAB, and it's one that UAB will just instantly flush and hope to not let this stick with their confidence or hurt their confidence the rest of the year. Notre Dame beats Toledo 32-29. Comeback. If you're watching that on Peacock, Jack Cohn throws a pass, hits the guy's top of his helmet. His middle passing hand finger is pointing sideways. It's dislocated from the joint. He runs to the sideline, no timeout or anything, and they pull it and set it back into, quote, location, from dislocated to located. He goes out. The very next play is the touchdown pass that wins it for Notre Dame, and Jack Cohn is a man. Notre Dame beats Toledo. And the final game we'll talk about is Tennessee and Pittsburgh. I thought Tennessee did a lot of good things early on, except win this football game 41-34. They lose their quarterback, Joe Milton, and you get a lot of Hendon Hooker, who came in, and the offense, I thought, sort of looked a little bit better with Hooker at quarterback.
It did not initially, and I thought they were going to be in huge trouble. But once he settled in, I'm kind of with you. I saw a lot of people asking the question, why did Joe Milton win this starting job? What was Josh Heupel seeing in Joe Milton that he had him in front of Hendon Hooker? Because Hooker looked better once he finally settled in. Some of the numbers are misleading. One of his long touchdown throws was just kind of a dump out into the flat that Pittsburgh played horribly, and the receiver was able to run for, I think, 64 yards or something like that. But, going forward, I guess Hooker is your best option. They got a lot of issues, though. This is not a very good Tennessee team. But I don't think it's a very good Pitt team. I think it's a pretty average Pitt team, and they put 40-plus points on the board. But you're right. Tennessee started that game. Everything went perfectly for them. They blocked the kick. They score right away. They drive down. They get another score. Pitt was doing absolutely nothing. But once Pitt finally flipped that switch, Tennessee was playing from behind the rest of the day.
Tennessee just they would do these one little things here and there that cost them points or wins, like Joe Milton's long run off of the left side. He gets down inside the 10, maybe inside the 5. First and goal.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
After week 2 of the college football season and week 1 of the NFL, a lot to get to. Storylines from Los Angeles to Tallahassee. Tight shot on Ryan Brown to start the show. After a week ago where he blasted his alma mater, he rolls in supporting stay cocky today after the biggest upset of the weekend.
How about that for a bandwagon fan, right?
Boy,
I was just honest last week.
Par for the course.
I was honest.
It sounded like you wanted to change up top.
Oh, no, I never said that. I never
It
said
sounded
that.
like
Did it not? A little bit.
Yeah, Twitter would disagree.
That
Never
was
said
the
that.
Zarek Cooper I expected to see last Wednesday night against UAB. I mean, what a difference a week makes in college football just all the way around.
And it really makes no sense that you go scoreless against UAB in a neutral site game and you go to Florida State and get a win. I mean, you can't explain college football.
No,
most of the
and,
time.
and then UAB can look so good. I know it's against Jacksonville State.
Exactly.
And then UAB looked like UAB of 10 years ago on Saturday.
I said this in our post game that you can always get on our social media platform on Saturday night to Brown. You can't go from week to week in college football.
You really
It is
can't.
a clean slate every
It
week,
is.
and we saw that this past week. We'll get into college football. We also started the NFL yesterday, and I can only imagine if you are a local TV station in Birmingham, Alabama, you've got to be excited, Lance and Brownie, about the Alabama players that are excelling right now in the National Football League. The TV ratings were tremendous. They had to be tremendous for CBS 42 for the Tua and Mac Bowl.
Yeah, look, and it ended up being a really good game that came down to the final minutes. And if it wasn't for a red zone turnover, your Dolphins go down to the New England Patriots. I thought both quarterbacks played pretty well. Tua had the one miscue. Look, he was under a lot of duress the entire day. And, my concern for you, Brown, you being a Dolphins fan, is you've got a really good defense. I love Brian Flores.
Right.
I don't know, short yardage situation, you saw it with Brissett coming in, which I don't think consistently that's going to work for 17 weeks.
I'm not certain I like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure how consistent you can run the football. We had talked about that before, and the offensive line looks shaky right now. And then Tua did make that one terrible.
Awful.
Gesicki had an opportunity to make that catch, but that's just one of those throws you don't make.
Yeah, you got to throw that one out of bounds. All you got to do is get it back to the line, throw it out of bounds. You're good. I don't know, man. I left that game very thrilled with the win, but there's a lot to work on for Miami. And, of course, we get Buffalo next week coming off a loss. So
All right. And just
it's the worst time you want them.
theory of large numbers, Buffalo is so good, it's hard to imagine them starting 0-2.
Exactly. And them not scoring any more than they did against Pittsburgh. But you got the win, man. You go on the road. Those are hard to come by. Road division wins in the NFL, especially at a place like New England. Could not be any more impressed than I was with Mac Jones.
You have to really feel good, though, about Mac, though, even with the loss. What do you think about Tua, though, right now, moving forward?
I think Tua, I think he'll be fine. You got to remember a couple things. Number one is he's missing what is probably going to be their number one receiver in Will Fuller, who's serving a one-game suspension. So he'll be back for the Buffalo game. Preston Williams was out at receiver as well, so he didn't have his full complement of receivers. So, I think you got to balance that a little bit. I'm with Lance, the offensive line. Austin Jackson, his starting left tackle, the USC product, was out because of COVID. So you're missing your left tackle, and you're missing two key receivers. So I think you tap the brakes before you run up any sort of red flags.
But just eye test watching. Look, Tua got starts last year, so obviously this is his second year. Mac, his first year. I thought he would be overwhelmed. One of the reasons I took the Dolphins plus 3.5, and they were able to get home. Mac was not overwhelmed. Game was not too big for him. Game was not too fast for him. Watching both quarterbacks, to me, at least first glance head-to-head, Mac looks like the better quarterback.
Yeah, even though Tua got the win. The receivers for Alabama, Judy's injuries, according to reports, only a high ankle sprain with the Broncos. But in that Patriots game with the Dolphins, Waddle looks like, a guy who will be a star every week. Devontae with the Eagles, Jalen Hurts with the Eagles. Boy, Hurts, of all the Alabama quarterbacks, looked the most comfortable at all when he got the C put on his chest as the team captain. He settled into a role there where I didn't think he'd hold that job. Right now, you wonder if the Eagles can contend for that division the way they spanked Atlanta.
Well, of course. That's such a bad division.
You guys, please tell me to quit doubting Jalen Hurts. Well, coming into this weekend, there were a lot of people that said, hey, look, this is a one-year trial. And Sirianni, it's his first year as head coach. They're trying to figure out who the quarterback of the future is going to be. They're going to give Hurts the first opportunity because obviously they gave up on Wentz. But, Hurts goes out 27 to 35, 264, 3 touchdowns, no picks, ran the ball 62 yards. I thought they were going to be one of the worst teams in the league, and they completely dominate the Falcons.
Yep. And speaking of domination, the Saints in their pseudo home game in Jacksonville gets not 1, not 3, not 5 touchdown passes from Jameis Winston, who made Aaron Rodgers look like the loser on Jeopardy. Jameis Winston eating a W and looking great doing it. Did it for the city, he said, for New Orleans recovering as they were displaced playing in Jacksonville. And the Packers, you got to wonder about that offense. It's only 1 week, Aaron Rodgers says. They got 16 more of these. But Jameis Winston looks like he fits nicely in this rebirth of his down in New Orleans.
Man, I was reading an article this morning on how much money he's going to make in the offseason because, he signed a 2-year deal with the Saints. And, it had to be so frustrating for Jameis coming off a 7-9 with your Bucs in 2019 to sit back, watch Tom Brady win a world championship, not get to play last year really if you're Jameis behind Drew Brees in his final year. But for him to come out and average a touchdown toss every 4 passes.
Yeah.
I mean, to throw the ball 20 times against that Packer defense and throw for 5 touchdowns, played clean football yesterday, looked so comfortable, and actually was good with his legs. Moved the chains with some of his legs early on that really got that offense into a lot of rhythm. And I can't believe they were that good playing in Jacksonville. It's one thing when New Orleans plays to that level in the Dome in front of that electric crowd. There was as many Packers fans on hand yesterday.
Yeah, it was. First of all, what a crowd for that game. I had no idea what to expect, and I should have known better. The Saints are passionate fans, but the Packers, those fans travel everywhere. And they knew it was going to be a pretty easy ticket, so I'm sure a lot of them packed up and flew south and got some nice weather.
How quick are they going to turn on Rodgers?
Oh, they will in a heartbeat. You'll get some Jordan Love.
But don't you think that's what's going on?
I think they should. Look, hopefully the guy showered for the first time in months. He looks like Cooter from the Dukes of Hazzard. Disgusting individual. Just because your actress girlfriend doesn't shower doesn't mean you've got to quit showering and check out of life.
Listen, man, I was not paying close attention to that game. I had it on. But
it was fun to watch if you don't like Aaron Rodgers.
Yes, which you don't. I think that's been well established. It was going head-to-head with Dolphins-Patriots, so I wasn't – it was just one of those I would take a cursory glance at. And in one of my cursory glances, I see that Jameis Winston doesn't have 100 pass yards and has 4 passing touchdowns.
That's right. That's what AU Chase says in the chat. 4 touchdowns, 93 yards.
I was like, how is that even possible?
It's really not possible, Brown. I'll tell you, both touchdowns to Juwan Johnson, and Juwan Johnson is a big man. But he had to climb the ladder on both of them. But still, the Saints are a team that I thought before the season probably 8-9 like.
Right.
They looked really good yesterday. That defense, they were fierce.
Well, let's jump into the chat room and get some comments from you guys here in the first segment. It's brought to you in part by our friends at Bromberg's.
Yes, Bromberg's Jewelers. Make sure you stop in, see them. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and, of course, the Summit, family-owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's established a solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has an extensive giftware department to service the registries of brides and grooms in the Birmingham area. Go see our friends at Bromberg's. You can also view their online store today at brombergs.com.
Murphy's so proud of Jalen Hurts, he says in there, what he was able to do over the weekend. You get a lot of other fans like Jay Price. I'm a Falcons fan. That is more ATL not being good than of what you see on the other side of the football there.
I think it's a combination. I didn't expect much from Atlanta this year, but again, you don't get beat by 26 at home like that. Philadelphia did show me something yesterday.
I believe our video director, Scott Forrester, is a Falcons fan. He's wearing his Falcons shirt today, so I'll give him credit for not just burning it. But he, in our show group text at the end of that game, said, "Boys, I think I just watched the worst team in the NFL."
Yeah, who is the first overall pick next year?
Well, after 1 week, it's either Jacksonville or Atlanta, right?
Well, no, I'm just saying who is the player that Atlanta will be tanking for this
Probably
year.
a quarterback, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, it's time for a change.
Yeah, a lot of people are going to continue to go back. Kyle Pitts wasn't really a factor yesterday, and people are going to say, why did the Falcons not take one of these quarterbacks that made an impact yesterday?
Yeah, and there were some. Mac looks like a quarterback of the future. Krusty 1001 says Mac didn't want that national championship ball either. Gave it to Bryce Young. Remember, that national championship football was handed off, and Mac didn't want that first touchdown yesterday. That was a great moment yesterday as he threw his first touchdown pass. So that's the NFL in a nutshell. We'll get some more of that with our best and worst of the weekend coming up in our next segment. You can always jump in with best and worst of the weekend on the phones, 205-734-0923, 205-734-0923. In the chat, if you're watching on YouTube and on Twitch and on Facebook and on Twitter with our friends at Periscope, there you can do all of that on the chat or at Next Round Live as well. Coming up after this medical minute, though, we're going to jump into the biggest overview on the college football weekend before we get to the the best and worst of the weekend. So in 60 seconds, our takes on the big headlines from college football.
Hey, want to remind everyone here on the next round, September is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, and the physicians at Urology Centers of Alabama want you to know the facts. Prostate cancer could happen to you, your friends, someone in your family. In fact, 1 in 8 men will have prostate cancer during his lifetime. African-American men, as well as men with family history of prostate cancer, are considered high risk and should start screening as early as the age of 40. Men who are not high risk should be screened beginning at age 50. Call Urology Centers of Alabama to schedule your prostate screening. It's a simple blood test and physical exam. Prostate cancer is the second leading cause of cancer death among American men, but early detection is key. Urology Centers of Alabama leads the way in prostate cancer diagnosis and personalized treatment. Their entire team of experts takes an individualized approach to your care. If you're a husband, dad, brother, or friend, you owe it to yourself and the people around you to get screened and to know your family health history. Do the responsible thing. Schedule your annual prostate exam. To learn more about prostate cancer, visit urologycentersalabama.com or call 205-930-0920 today.
Okay, we gave a little love off the top because of Brown's wardrobe to a Jack State win over Florida State. Florida State 97-0 when favored by 27 or more points. They were favored by 27.5. 1959, William & Mary, the last team not in the FBS right now to beat Florida State, and they had some bad years. But Jack State did it 20-17 on what can only be described as a coaching malfunction at the end for Florida State. What were they doing defensively that allowed you to lose the game on a Hail Mary?
I'll go and tell you, it's my worst of the weekend was Mike Norvell's explanation. Mike Norvell's explanation, let me just start there, Lance, to see if you can make any sense of this. He was asked, why were you not in a prevent, basically just defending the end zone, the one thing that can beat you? And he said, well, they had a timeout left. They had a time. Now, there were 6 seconds on the clock, by the way.
Yeah, they still have that timeout left.
Yeah, I mean, but John Gross packed that baby up and brought it back to Jacksonville with him. They had a timeout left. So I wanted, a field goal forces overtime, and I wanted to protect against that. Exactly. The field goal forces overtime. What is the one thing that can beat you? A touchdown. That's what you protect against. Mike Norvell, man, if I'm a Florida State fan, I'm not just furious about the way the game was lost. I'm furious about his thought process.
I agree with you 100%. I mean, first of all, you've got to be in a prevent in that situation. But, not only that, you're coming off what people deem is a quality loss. And you just don't have a lot of quality losses in college football. But coming off that Notre Dame overtime loss, Florida State fans had something to hang their hat on. It looked promising. This is not the Florida State team we've seen for the last 3 years. 3 consecutive losing seasons. We're coming off of 3-6. He's building this thing. We're hanging with a top 10 team. And then you turn around and you lose in the fashion you did. And, oh, by the way, you had 11 penalties on Saturday.
That's right. Yeah. Well, but the actual coaching that you do in that last play, like Brown said, there's no excuse for giving up a touchdown. Even if you're in any kind of scheme that's not a prevent defense, you don't let anybody get behind you. You make sure you've told your guys, don't let anybody get behind you.
It's the college game. Drag him down before you let him catch it.
That's right.
I mean, drag him to the ground, take the 15-yarder and an untimed down, right?
Yeah, pass interference, you let them do that. There's chances of them getting a touchdown there. I don't know where the ESPN meter on probability of victory was on that one.
Oh, it's 99.9.
Yeah, but it ends up shooting it to 100% for Jacksonville State, which begs this question now, LT, because USC got upset by Stanford, and they were double-digit dogs at the Coliseum as well. It's a Cowan Equipment poll question. We threw it out last night. Who has the hottest seat on this Monday morning? Is it Clay Helton, Mike Norvell, or is it Ed Orgeron? In your opinion right now, is it Norvell or Clay Helton for you?
Oh, I think it's Clay Helton. I mean, staying up till 1 a.m. watching that disaster. Look, I had Stanford plus 17.5, so I thought the Cardinal would at least be a tougher out than 17.5. But that's a game that you were physically dominated from the jump. And I will say this, though. David Shell's got a quarterback. And watching Chris Peterson at halftime, he said, look, I recruited this guy. Everyone recruited Tanner McKee. He ended up going to Stanford, 6'6", The guy plays with a lot of poise, and going back to the Kansas State game, they were completely out of that game. McKee comes in, and he played really well down the stretch, and that's why Jack West lost his starting position.
Yeah, Shaw screwed that up in the preseason, though. I mean, he picked the wrong guy.
I mean, it almost reminds you a little bit of, and I'm not saying Stanford will be nearly this good because I don't think they've got enough playmakers around him, but it almost reminds you of the decision that Clay Helton made, back to go with Max Brown instead of Sam Darnold in 2016. But USC was pushed around. They were out of that game at halftime. And look, there's no excuse for that. I mean, Stanford is a program that we did stock up, stock down. I said David Shaw was a stock going down last week. It's just a program that's trying to build back up. And for USC to lose and lose in the fashion they lost, it was a complete embarrassment. And Keyshawn Johnson, when you've got guys, USC guys tweeting out, I can't fight on anymore behind this guy.
Oh, no.
I'm out. That's a problem.
Well, Bill Plaschke today, it's one of our morning reads on nextroundlive.com if you want to get our top reads every morning. From the LA Times, he wrote on Sunday, don't let the season play out to where he gets to 8 wins or 9 wins. You fire Clay Helton immediately and put an interim coach in place and then find your next coach at USC. Clay Helton is leading the vote. First 717 votes in there. 43% say Clay Helton on a hotter seat. 36% go Mike Norvell. Remember, Willie Taggart only got 2 years at Florida State. It's year 2 for Mike Norvell there. You can vote at Next Round Live, brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment.
Hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 1-800-239-COWAN for more information.
Alabama Boss on Twitch wanting to know who the next coach at USC will be. Cody is saying, is it Mark Stoops' season already, LT, out there?
Wow.
Doesn't seem like a fit.
Yeah, that seems like a bad fit, actually.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Helton always seemed like a bad fit.
Yeah, he did. I mean, you got to have, to me, the USC job calls for flashy offensive guy. And that's not Mark Stoops.
Yeah, and Graham Harrell I just don't think is ready.
He's not.
I don't even like the offense I'm watching right now from USC. I mean, you look at a guy like Slovis has really regressed. I mean, Slovis, this is almost a bad situation that USC quarterbacks get in. Cody Kessler, Matt Barkley. It's like these quarterbacks don't get any better, and I think it's the same for Slovis. Slovis
zero patience from Slovis in that game because they were dropping, and he wouldn't just take the underneath throws. He wouldn't take them.
Today would be the day of all days. You call Urban Meyer and say, "Do you really want to do this?"
Yeah. Oh, he looked bad.
I mean, Urban, really, you got blown out by the Texans. Do you really want to do this?
Well, I'll tell you a guy that they could take a look at. Not that I would love this at all because he couldn't win at Texas Tech. And look, there's still a lot of season left. The Arizona Cardinals look great. But if they don't make the playoffs, Cliff Kingsbury will get fired. Now, right now, Kyler Murray might be your front runner for MVP. People are talking about the Cardinals have a Super Bowl-like defense. I'm just saying, if they go 9-8 or 10-7 and don't make the postseason in that tough division, he could lose his job, and that would be unobvious.
But there have been some people that always thought Graham Harrell would just ascend to that job.
I just don't know if he's ready right now. And now he's attached to Clay Helton.
Yeah. But isn't Graham Harrell just a non-NFL head coach, less well-groomed Kingsbury?
He's great value. Cliff Kingsbury.
I want to see Graham Harrell do it somewhere first.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's a big job to take on.
Yeah. I mean, I think you got to scan the college football landscape and look for a really solid offensive coach that is, and I don't know who it is, Lance. I
just wish Sean McVay had time to do both. And maybe he does, Rocky. I don't know.
If anybody could do it, my boy McVay could.
You think little Belichick could handle that?
Oh, yes.
Well, his team is so easily in the Super Bowl the way they look last night.
I disagree. I think I saw something
who will
different.
Play them tough all year long.
I saw something differently from everything everybody else was watching last night. I just didn't see that.
I watched that game and I was like, God, this is going to be no fun watching the Rams all year. They're so far above the competition.
But
it was like they were playing an FCS team.
You should take a bet on them then.
Yeah, I do. I got 50 on them to win the NFC.
So Dunaway brought that up in the next round office before the show, and me and Lance are both like, Dunaway, did you see that division? Maybe the worst team in that division just dismantled Tennessee on the road yesterday.
Yeah, Seahawks may be the worst team in the division.
Okay, well they
dismantled somebody.
Dismantled Indianapolis on the road.
If it wasn't for Jared Goff and your Detroit Lions and that amazing comeback, and I didn't even have that game on a TV.
Right, so I thought it was over.
On.
I thought I hit going final.
Yeah, and the next thing I know, it pops up, and it's a one-possession game. I was completely blown away. But without that incredible comeback, the NFC West wins every game by double digits yesterday.
All right, so that's our first segment there. We'll get to your best and worst of the weekend coming up. as we go through everything that was college and the NFL. And yes, somebody give us a reason to talk about the cat story in Miami and the best and worst of the weekend.
It's my best.
That is coming up. Hey, don't forget our friends at Wayne's give you nothing but the best when it comes to providing residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services. The EnviroPest service, which takes care of all the pests at your home year-round, 12 months out of the year, 365. Right now, you can get $60 off your initial EnviroPest treatment service with the TNR code. That, of course, TNR stands for the next round. $60 off if you use the TNR promo code. 866-WAYNES1, 866-WAYNES1. Wayne's headquartered right here in Birmingham. We trust them. You should too. They are the exclusive provider for lawn care, pest prevention, mosquito treatment, and a whole lot more from our friends at Wayne's. They've been doing it since 1973, headquartered in Birmingham, but all over the SEC footprint from Knoxville to Auburn. Everywhere you get the next round, you can get Wayne's as well, and you can do it right now with $60 off that first treatment with the promo code TNR. Just call 866-WAYNES1.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention next round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
For your next round of residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services, do what my family does and trust Wayne's. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Wayne's may be headquartered here in Birmingham, but they're serving more than 100,000 families and businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville. And right now, get started with their EnviroPest service for $60 off when you use the code TNR. Get started by calling 866-WAYNES1, and don't forget the code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service. Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, the Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
We know that juicy, cheesy, grilled to perfection burger sounds amazing, but it does sound like something is missing. Pepsi, baby. The yin to this burger's yang. Burgers and Pepsi go together like burgers and Pepsi. This perfect blending of flavors makes every bite of lettuce, every sesame seed on the bun, and every sip of that crisp, refreshing, ice-cold cola a journey to Foodtopia. Burgers, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
After 40 years in business, Red Wing Shoes owner Steve Sikora has decided to give his stores a needed up-to-date look. The Hoover location now welcomes its customers to enjoy the ultimate fit experience. This updated showroom is now displaying the best Red Wing has to offer. Classic Pecos pull-ons, Red Wing heritage including the Iron Ranger, Irish Setter work, and trusted Basque outdoor footwear. And coming this September, the Trussville location will be moving down Highway 11 between Taco Mama and Metro Diner. Customers will love this updated cool look. Don't wait to visit the 2 new and exciting locations of Red Wing Shoes.
Really good ones coming in on Twitter as far as the future coach at USC if it does go south for Clay Helton. Eddie writes in, Kellen Moore to USC looked fantastic calling plays for the Dallas Cowboys. I said the same thing. I went, ooh, good one.
I do kind of like that play.
Well, I just wonder if, and I've seen some Joe Brady out there, and again, I don't know if I completely trust Joe Brady to take over a program. I think for Kellen Moore, it might be a little overwhelming as well. And I just wonder for both of those guys if they want to stay in the NFL. I heard last week or on Thursday's broadcast talking about how soon it's going to be before Kellen Moore is offered an NFL head job.
I think he and Byron Leftwich are fast-track NFL guys, don't you? Your offensive coordinator, Dunaway?
I do. Byron, it feels like either he or Bowles will replace BA down in Tampa. One of those will stay there and get that head coaching job. Kellen Moore, you don't know. Maybe he's the future head coach of the Cowboys. Maybe he wants to stay in the NFL. Maybe he loves the college game. USC would be hard to turn down. Chris, I appreciate you, man, sending me the ESPN win rating, the percentage of probability for wins for Florida State up until the last play. It was 99.8%.
That was your guess, Lance.
That's 99.9%.
Okay.
I'm a little more confident than that.
So, Chris, I thank you. Before we get to Andrew on the phones here, let's tell you about our friends at Michelson Laser Vision.
Yeah, 969-8100. Make that phone call that I made almost 2 decades ago. I wore the contacts forever. Absolutely hated it. It was wasting money every year on contacts and solutions. Went in, got the procedure done. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. I now have 20/15 vision, better than 20/20. Call today, hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. Dr. Mark Michelson truly changed my life. Could possibly do the same for you. Make the phone call today, 969-8100, or visit them online, michelsonlaservision.com.
All right, Andrew starts us off on the phones today, 205-734-0923. Good morning, Andrew. How are you, man? Hold on a second, Andrew. Dun, 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 dun. Try that again, Andrew. Oh.
There we go. I hear him.
Andrew, you there now?
Hey, yeah.
Thank you, buddy. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
That's all right. I was going to say I don't really have a worst. My best would be the Georgia Bulldogs kind of taking care of business against UAB, not giving up an offensive touchdown for the second week in a row. Steelers coming back against the Bills, but my real best is that lightning strike of a tennis player in the U.S. Open that come out of nowhere, out of the qualifiers, and won the whole tournament without going to set. I just thought that was incredibly remarkable.
Yeah. That is crazy to be a qualifier and go all the way to win a Grand Slam event.
I mean, and I know
you set the whole time.
Yeah, I know you can play that game at an early age, but just for her to be that young and then do that. Yeah. And I mean,
we've got daughters that age. Can you imagine if your daughter won the U.S. Open?
I know. I think she won $2 million for that.
You'd have to give up watching a football Saturday to watch her win. Yeah, that's all I can think about.
Won $300,000 before winning that purse of $2.5 million.
Yeah, it's incredible, man.
It's like winning the tennis lottery, Andrew.
It really is.
Good call, man. Thank you so much for that. On his conversation about the Steelers, I mean, that team who got off to an 11-0 start last year looked pretty darn good to start things off. They were defensively really strong.
Defensively.
Yeah.
In the first half, they had, I think, I watched a lot of that game because the Bills were involved. In the first half, they had 56 yards, and their defense played incredible to keep them in that game.
Well, we knew with T.J. Watt and Cameron Hayward that defense was going to be one of the best in football, but Buffalo's offense was so good last year, and Josh Allen was an elite quarterback, a runner-up in the MVP race. Matt Canada's offense getting instilled, and it's not like these guys played a lot in the preseason, so I think it's going to take a little bit of work. But to score 23 points in the second half against that Bills defense. That was impressive. And, it's not like Najee had a big game. I mean, Najee only had 17 touches and right at 50 yards.
But I'll tell you what they think of Najee. There was one rookie, if I read this correct, one rookie in the NFL to play every snap of his side of the ball, Najee Harris.
Najee.
He was in 58 plays. Now, like you said, Lance, he did not have a great game, but this is what the Steelers think of this guy. He was in the game 58 plays.
Yesterday morning, I heard Randy Moss hyping him up and talking about, one of the best gets in the offseason for any team. And he was talking about, Harris is that guy for the Steelers.
Yeah, he can stay out there because he can catch the ball, Brown.
Right.
He runs the ball between the tackles, and he can block, and that keeps you on the field. Best and worst of the weekend brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill.
Yes, Hemp Hill, my go-to. Of course, I've told you guys here on the next round that. Go-to for all things heating and cooling. Hemp Hill Services, they've been serving Birmingham since 1954. They're who Birmingham trusts. They're who I trust to do the job right and at a fair price. Hemp Hill Services is an independent train dealer. They service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Do what I do. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Call 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
General 23, his worst of the weekend, Notre Dame and Florida State's performances after their great Monday night game. But I want to get to his best of the weekend, which was two games we really didn't jump into in the first segment. Arkansas's win and the reaction the Hog fans had by rushing the field, and the Oregon victory. Let's start first. Arkansas just they just motorboated Texas, didn't they?
They really did.
They just ran them off the field. It was never close. 16-0 at the half. Could have been worse, and it got worse for Sark in the second half. And there was nothing fancy about what Arkansas did. They ran the ball with, I think it was 4 different running backs, and the quarterback all had 40-plus yards rushing. 4 different guys had a touchdown. They just moved them out of the way.
I will tell you, they're a fun team to watch. And Sam Pittman, it is amazing to believe when he took the job almost a year ago, or, made his debut a little over a year ago, they had lost 19 consecutive SEC games. And for them to go 3-7, and we've talked about this, really should have been 5-5 last year. And Texas, which will be coming into this conference maybe next season, as soon as next season, to get completely dominated, 16-0 at half. Hudson Card looked a little lost. We talked about that. If you want to key on one guy on that Sark offense, Bijan Robinson, and they were all over Bijan in that first half. And that is my favorite group of linebackers. Hayden Henry getting the start because Bumper Pool couldn't play in that first half. He had 15 tackles. Grant Morgan had 13 tackles. Bumper Pool playing one half had 10 tackles. Those guys swarm. They get after it. Barry Odom has made a world of difference. The defense gave up a lot of yards and a lot of points last year. They played lights out. I mean, or at least they played with a lot of heart last year, but they still gave up a lot of points. Different defense this year. Arkansas is going to be a tough out.
I think they are. And look, I'm going to leave room in what I'm about to say for Arkansas having improved year to year, from year 1 under Sam Pittman to year 2. I think clearly they have done that. But I can't get past the fact that the last time Sark played in that stadium, it wasn't that long ago. You guys watched the game. It was 52-3. Alabama beat Arkansas. So I just, because he put up 21, and some of that was garbage time. I mean, really, when the game was on the line, what did Texas score?
Game was never in doubt.
It was never in doubt. And I guess my question to you, is the gap that big talent-wise between what Alabama had last year for Sark and what Texas has?
Well, you start with the quarterback position. It is. He has a quarterback problem. And
he does.
And then when you've got a quarterback problem, I don't know how good the rest of your team is. But I will tell you, he's got an offensive line problem,
no
too,
doubt.
because if you watch that game, Arkansas rushing only 3 players. And that means you got 5 to block 3. And they couldn't keep those 3 guys out of the backfield from dominating the shutting down Bijan and to getting in the Hudson Card's face. If you got 5 guys who can't block 3 guys, you're going to lose all day long.
Well, look, you're going to give Sark a pass because these aren't his guys, and this is year 1. And look, you don't have the offensive line. You don't have the guys on the perimeter. Again, the only guy that you've got that even resembles an Alabama player from the roster last year is Bijan Robinson. That's it. And when you get a good scheme that Barry Odom had and you key on that guy and you limit what he can do, the offense could do nothing else around him. So I'll give Sark a pass. I think more impressive is what Sam Pittman continues to build. And Arkansas is now ranked. That's incredible.
No, not only are they ranked, they jumped over Auburn. The AP voters throw them all the way up to number 20.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with it.
Brown, it's been 5 years since they've been 500.
I know.
Now they beat Texas and jump all the way to number 20 in the AP poll.
Sam Pittman, and I hate making blanket statements like this, but I think I'm right on this one. He's an impossible guy not to like and pull for. How do you not like and pull for Sam Pittman? A guy that waited his turn, worked his tail off to get this job. I think everybody outside of Arkansas fans doubted this hire. And just the way he conducts himself and his team's play, it's impossible
so
not to
unassuming.
Like yes.
And now when you look at Arkansas, they're going to beat Georgia Southern. I mean, Dunaway, do you feel great that Texas A&M neutral site beats Arkansas?
No.
No. I mean, that's no, not after what I saw this weekend.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it goes week to week, but it's amazing. You would have said before the season, you look at the schedule, well, that's a win. Texas A&M is going to be undefeated when they play Alabama. But now, to me, Texas A&M may be a 4, 5, 6 point favorite, maybe.
They too have a quarterback issue, and especially when their starting quarterback goes down second drive, he's out, and Calzada.
I thought he played well in the second half, though. Some of his throws.
Yeah, lucky to pull him out with a victory. And a 10-7 win for the Aggies. But sticking with Sam Pittman, the story they told on the broadcast about how they were in, I assume on T.J. Finley. They didn't name the transfer quarterback that they were in on, but they were on their way discussing with a quarterback and they'd gone somewhere, and they were talking to the guy, and the guy was close to committing to come to Arkansas, and they say Sam Pittman felt really bad about even having that discussion because K.J. Jefferson was such a good guy, and he liked him so much. And then KJ played really well in that game. And Pittman called the guy up and said, listen, I'm sorry we've been even talking. I'm going to stick with my guy. And Pittman said, this is the last job I'm ever going to have. This is what he told the reporter. This is the last job I'm ever going to have, and I'm going to do it my way. I'm going to do it my way with my guys, people I like, and I'm about loyalty. I felt bad that I was even talking to another guy. KJ's my quarterback. We're going to ride with him. And it pays off because K.J. Jefferson fits what Kendall Briles wants to do at the quarterback position. You got to have that run threat the way Kendall wants to do it. Remember RG3, the old Briles offense? And now Art was calling the plays back then, but the RG3 way of doing things. K.J. Jefferson sort of fits that way of playing football. Arkansas looks really impressive because they have a coach. They believe in the coach. They have a system that they believe in, and they play to a certain style. You always wonder, what you hear Nick Saban talk about it every year. What is our identity? Arkansas has one. They believe in it, and they're not afraid to stick to it.
Yeah, look, they're physical on both sides of the ball, and look, I commend Sam Pittman for having that kind of loyalty. But in today's college football, you got to be able to bend a little bit on the transfer portal. Look, K.J. Jefferson, to me, every bit as good as T.J. Finley, at least based on what we've seen. But there are going to be some exceptions you're going to have to make around.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, there'll be plenty of quarterbacks in the transfer portal every year. But I applaud Pittman for doing it his way, and it is where he could – I think if he ran for governor in Arkansas today, it'd be a unanimous vote. I don't even know who the governor is.
Be unbelievable. Jeremiah on the Pepsi hotline. He's next with us as we get ready for a big game this week, Auburn up in Happy Valley. What's up, Jeremiah?
Good morning, man. Auburn big, guys. Auburn big.
Auburn big in Happy Valley. You're calling it. They're a 7.5 point underdog.
Listen, I don't need the 7. Auburn, listen. Head up, they're gonna beat them. They gonna. I think it ain't gonna even be close. I just know. This just me. Maybe I'm drinking the juice, right? Maybe I'm drinking.
But you've got the number one ranked or the number one scoring offense now in college football. The number one scoring defense in college football.
Yeah, that's a pretty good combo.
Yeah, but here's what you like so far, Jeremiah. Right? They were clean the first game. They were sloppy to start the second game. They corrected those problems as they moved. They haven't been tested. But you sort of like the makeup of this team, and this is where you learn what you've got. How good do you think Penn State is, Jeremiah? Do you think Penn State is, I don't know, what are they, number 10 in the country right now? You think they're the 10th best team in the country?
No, I don't even think they top 25, me personally.
Yeah.
That's just me.
I mean,
I don't think they're a top 25 team.
That is just you.
Yeah, but in reality, they were a team that they struggled last year, LT. And they did beat Wisconsin in the opener. They didn't really have much of a test this past week like Auburn didn't. So there are a lot of question marks about Penn State.
I would just say this, Jeremiah. I don't disagree. I think this is a tough matchup for Penn State offensively, what Penn State does. But Penn State, going back to the beginning of 2020, they lost 4 consecutive games. They've now won 7 consecutive games. And Sean Clifford is a quarterback that has got a big arm. They've got a capable back in Noah Cain, and then Jahad Dodson is a guy not only that can stretch the field, also on special teams can flip the field.
I saw, though, what Jeremiah, that Wisconsin secondary did to Sean Clifford, And Wisconsin's got a really good defense. Don't get me wrong. Jim Leonard is one of the most underrated coaches in America. But this Auburn secondary, the speed that they'll have versus what Wisconsin had, it'll be a fast forward. This is a defensive game. It'll be a tight game.
This is going to come down to somebody we're going to have on the show in a little bit. This will come down to how Bo Nix plays.
Yep.
I trust the run game, guys. I trust Tank and Jaquez Hunter, the two-head monster, and go in there and put just, like run it down their throat. Make them stop your run game. Make them stop. I don't believe Penn State can stop it.
Not man enough.
We'll see, Jeremiah. Thank you for the phone call. Fun game coming up this week as Alabama goes to Florida and Auburn in primetime with College Game Day up there, the whiteout. The annual game up there, it should be fun. Auburn getting 7.5, the opening line there when that came out yesterday. More of your phone calls, more of the best and worst of the weekend coming up, brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill. Part of the show today also being brought to you by the great folks at Nut Dust, where not so hot out there today. The old sack meter is going to be hovering right around an 8. Still a good time year-round for the Nut Dust.
Watching the game in Ames this weekend, that's all I could think about, all those kids wearing overalls. And I'm like, hell, it's 100 degrees. Nut Dust is redefining the use and feel of body powder. Nut Dust is talc-free. It's an all-natural body powder. It's great for all over the body, feet, below the belt, available in 4 great scents: Naked, Voyager, Laddie, and Wildling. All day, every day, Nut Dust has got you covered. For more information, visit officialnutdust.com. Put in that promo code NR20, 20% off your entire purchase at officialnutdust.com.
Bo Nix with us every week at 11 o'clock. He's in Q coming up in about an hour and a half. And Nick Saban's news conference at 12. We'll get an update, hopefully, on the status of Will Anderson moving forward, the Alabama All-American linebacker. But more with you, best and worst, presented by Hemp Hill, next on the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from my friends at Royal Bedding on Highway 31 in Pelham. See their entire line of mattresses at RoyalBeddingInc.com. Right now, more than ever, American-made, Alabama-made means something. And that's what you get at Royal Bedding on Highway 31 in Pelham. Birmingham's only mattress factory and family-owned. Tom Ginger and TJ Vignale have been providing Alabamians with a great night's sleep for over 30 years. Stop by and see them on Highway 31 in Pelham and feel the difference of a custom-made mattress from Royal Bedding.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The team at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, they feel it's important for you to know they don't employ any salespeople or technicians that are incentivized with your commissions. When you are getting your vehicle serviced, the team is only incentivized to take care of you and your vehicle. That doesn't happen everywhere, but it does happen at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Again, 4 locations right here in Birmingham: Hoover, Moody, Trussville, and Gardendale. For more information, Vulcan Tire and Auto.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Did you know 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer? September is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, and the expert urologists at Urology Centers of Alabama are leading the way in diagnosing and treating men with prostate cancer. Early detection is the key to survival. Guys, if you're over 50, it's time to have your PSA levels checked. It only requires a simple blood test and physical exam. With 13 convenient locations, making an appointment is a no-brainer. Visit UrologyCentersAlabama.com or call 205-930-0920. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's, headquartered in Birmingham. They are committed to providing world-class service every time since 1973, serving over 100,000 families from businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville, providing residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services. Put in promo code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service, 866-WAYNES1.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's, headquartered in Birmingham. They are committed to providing world-class service every time since 1973, serving over 100,000 families from businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville, providing residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services. Put in promo code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service, 866-WAYNES1.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Next round rolls on. Best and worst of the weekend. Brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill. Shank Boogle.
Yeah.
Shank Boogle. Make that a t-shirt. Kyler Murray and Chandler Jones was his best of the weekend. Kyler did look good up in Nashville.
Chandler looked even better. I mean, unblockable. 5 sacks.
Yeah. Shorthorns. His worst of the weekend. They're not calling them the Longhorns anymore. Joe, best of the weekend brought to you by Hemp Hill. Teddy Bridgewater going 28 for 36, 264, and 2 touchdowns. # Broncos country. Florida State was his worst of the weekend, just overall. Best of the weekend from John. Appy State covered versus Miami. Thank you, Brownie.
You're welcome.
Worst was the helmet to the knee on Will Anderson. Nick Saban will update us on that injury. Part of our show today being brought to you by the folks at New Life Art. Remember, this is a chance right now to win a prize from New Life Art. If you send us your image in, your favorite images of the weekend, whether it's you tailgating, you at the stadium, you watching the games, you at one of our great sponsors, or something you saw on television or online, the best of the weekend from our friends at New Life Art as well.
Yeah, New Life Art bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. For more information, you can call him 1-800-735-2787 or check out his incredible work today. Go to danielmooreart.com.
Worst of the weekend for Gaston, 2 words, Aaron Rodgers.
He was pretty bad.
That was my best of the weekend.
Well, I'm sure it was. But, that's horrible timing because he did the rounds on all the NFL morning shows. And I don't know if you guys were watching during the Fox games, that very early Fox game, the Gus Johnson, Oregon-Ohio State game, when they first showed the cut with Aaron Andrews. And they came back and they're like, ooh, that's going to be like a tell-all.
Did anybody watch the interview? I didn't watch it.
I had zero interest.
I don't catch those morning shows very often. It's usually when I'm trying to either I'm at church or if I went to an early service like I did yesterday, I'm grabbing lunch somewhere.
But the way they promoted it during Oregon-Ohio State was, this is Aaron Rodgers unloading tell-all. And the cut they used was, hey, if they want me out of here, they can get me out of here, or something along those lines.
Well, it just seems so pretentious the way this whole thing has gone down. And, Packers fans are still Packers fans, and you got to be behind your guy, and he's still the reigning MVP. But to get off to the start they got off to yesterday based on, hey, I'm holding this organization hostage. This is my final tour. This is it. One and done. And to play like he played yesterday, and I know the offensive line's shaky. 2 rookie starters, you're missing your all-pro left tackle.
Those are excuses, though. A lot of people have problems, and usually Aaron Rodgers overcomes those problems. Right? To be the best in the game, you overcome those problems.
Red zone, he had gone 45 consecutive touchdown passes without an interception until yesterday.
Yeah, Brown named a handful of problems that the Dolphins had, and Tua somehow found a way, a defense found a way to win the game, right? A number of teams have problems. You overcome it, and you win the football game. Steven's worst of the weekend, the Titans' offensive line. All of a sudden, in our little stake bet where I pick playoff teams, the Titans become the biggest concern. Now that division had the Colts, Jaguars both losing badly, and the Texans with the only win by beating the Jaguars. So I'm not panicking on the Titans, but they did not. They play a style of football. And they were unable to play that style of football against the Cardinals because the O-line couldn't move around anybody.
Yeah, look, and that offense is all predicated on Derrick Henry. And I give, the Cardinals a lot of credit in what they were able to do defensively. They were all over Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry will be fine. This thing will shake out. And I still think the Titans, along with the Colts, as bad as the Colts played yesterday, they kind of got jumped on early by the Seahawks. It's going to come down to one of those two teams. I will tell you this, two teams ain't coming out from the South, though.
Houston?
No, I'm just saying there won't be two teams out of that division.
Yeah, that's why I went with only one, and I went with the Titans there. Brown convinced me to do that. He may end up being smart in the end.
Could be.
Part of our show being brought to you by Mortgage Right. Listen, we're giving you a chance right now to win something from New Life Art by sending us your weekend photos and such like that. We've also got an opportunity for you to win something great from our friends at Mortgage Right.
Boy, we are just givers, aren't we? If you want to score some free tickets to watch your favorite college football team play this year, do not miss your chance to enter Mortgage Right's college football big ticket giveaway. They will help one lucky winner land 2 tickets to any regular season college football home game in the nation. You've already missed Jacksonville State, Florida State, so don't miss again, right? You could have gone to that one. For a chance to win, visit mortgageright.com/TNR. That's for the next round, mortgageright.com/TNR. Submit a mortgage application. Any application filled out during the month of September will be automatically entered into the contest. The lucky winner will be drawn October 1st. So if you want that winner to be you, be sure to visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Start your application today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Daryl's best of the weekend back at Bryant-Denny Stadium. He's got some photos there. AJ's best of the weekend, San Francisco's first half. The worst of the weekend, San Francisco's second half, and still dealing with the injury bug. I don't know if there is a franchise that deals with more injuries, key injuries, than the 49ers.
Jason Verrett now has a torn ACL. One of your starting quarterbacks, you're already thin at corner. I mean, Kyle Shanahan has just got to be just beyond himself right now. They were, to me, still the best team in 2019. They lose in the Super Bowl, blow that 10-point lead, but decimated by injuries last year. And then Raheem Mostert gets hurt yesterday, too. They don't know the severity of that knee injury. They could have lost 2 starters week 1 yesterday.
Yeah, and that is hard to overcome. All right, worst of the weekend for Brody. I set Brady on the bench for fantasy football and played Rodgers. I played Rodgers. Cost me money yesterday on DraftKings. But the best of the weekend, Brown says it's his best. So, Forrester, do you have the video from Miami? Take a look if you're watching. If not, we'll describe it for you. The Miami players were wondering what was going on. You see in the upper corner, that is a cat dangling, and then one arm hanging on. The cat finally just gives up. He's like, hey, I've got 8 more lives after this. I'm just going to give up and go to my next one.
That's full extension, too.
Now, look, and everyone in the stadium is cheering now because we're in a TV timeout. He's holding, and then here goes the cat.
What a grab.
And caught in an American flag at the bottom by a couple that holds it up Simba style like it's the Lion King.
And the place goes nuts.
And the crowd goes crazy.
Cat guy at all. And by the way, Forrester, I've got a different angle. I don't know if you guys have seen another angle. It's
from below.
Angle.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one's incredible.
Yeah, I mean, and because the entire crowd just stops when the cat comes down, and then when they see that it's alive, they go insane.
Yeah.
And it was probably the most the crowd cheered all day because Miami would play that poorly.
Yeah, I mean, Appalachian State played pretty good. And that was a fun game, back and forth, one possession the entire game. But if I catch that cat, I'm not a cat guy. I feel like I've got to keep that cat now.
For life.
Yeah.
You know, I'm allergic, and I'm not a cat guy, but I would have some emotional attachment to it because I was watching it when it was happening. I forget where I had seen it originally, but I was like, I don't know the outcome of this. I'm just seeing the video.
Right.
So as it's dangling there, I am anxious because I want the cat. I'm not a cat person, but I want nothing bad to happen. And I keep like, reach over, help the cat
up.
Well,
the guy was trying to. You was just too far of a reach.
Hard to communicate with the cat to get the cat to reach up its paw.
Yeah, because
the cat doesn't understand.
No, if the dude falls over reaching for the cat, he ain't getting caught in the flag.
The flag ain't catching him.
But I'm always interested to see because you always hear that cats are going to land on all fours. Would that cat have landed on all fours?
Yeah, that wasn't that big of a drop for a cat. Well, it was a big drop.
It was a big drop.
30 feet.
The flag didn't fully catch him either.
No. It broke his fall and he goes on down to the ground.
He tumbled.
Yeah. But here, I think a cat that has snuck into Hard Rock Stadium doesn't really want to be kept. So I think you're doing a cat a disservice by keeping it.
We've been there a few times.
Yes.
You got to go out of your way.
Correct. That was my point.
That cat came from the Glades.
Survived all the pythons. All right, that's the best and worst of the weekend brought to you by our friends at Hemphill. We always appreciate them so much. When we come back from the next hour, we'll get into the college football, including the big win at the Horseshoe from the Oregon Ducks.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here from the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
That sound means someone got great advice. Always have a good plumber on standby. For me, that is Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Jeremy Purvis and his team can handle commercial and residential plumbing needs, and they give you free quotes. 205-516-4927 or ironmountainworld.com. They handle all your plumbing and jetter services. They'll do everything from drips to new fixtures, and they are licensed, bonded, and insured. ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
If you owe back taxes and are looking for a way out, I've got the answer. This is Jim Dunaway, and I've seen what ignoring IRS tax problems can do. There is hope, and it starts by calling my friend Perry Cronin with Axiom Tax Resolution Group. Let me explain two things. One, the IRS is starting to take the gloves off again post-pandemic. That means they are getting more aggressive with their collection efforts. Don't fall victim to liens and garnishments. Call Perry Cronin today. The second thing is this. Don't call some national 1-800 number. This is too important for you to be just some other number. Perry and his daughter Teresa Cronin are tax professionals right in our area. You'll meet with them face-to-face, and they'll give you a free consultation. Call 205-872-1100. That's 205-872-1100. Or the website, 205tax.com. Perry Cronin can show you there's hope when dealing with the IRS. Visit 205tax.com.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch. That's what you get at Walk-Ons. And now mix in the best atmosphere to watch live sports. Add that elite-level beer selection, and you've got a winner just off Highway 280 and 119. Happy hour at Walk-Ons is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, new hour of the show brought to you by our friends at Odie's. You guys will be out there on Wednesday night for trivia. Odie's, of course, a great place to enjoy some great food, including that Diablo sandwich.
Yeah, look, and you can sit out on that great patio and enjoy some of this fall weather that is coming right around the corner. Birmingham Institution, Odie's, located right there in Crestline Village. Rodney Davis cooking up incredible lunches and dinners, including the burgers, award-winning wings, great sandwiches, including my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Again, great patio to sit there and watch college football with ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Go see the great staff in Will Haver today, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
All right, AP poll out on Sunday. Alabama number 1 with 60 first-place votes. Georgia 2 with 3 first-place votes. Then Oklahoma. Then there's Oregon and Iowa. More on both of those in just a second. Clemson's in at 6. A&M's at 7. Cincinnati is 8. 9 is where Ohio State drops, and Auburn's opponent is Penn State. They're at 10. Other SEC teams, Florida 11. Ole Miss is at 17. Arkansas is in at 20, and Auburn is at 22 as they make the trip up to Happy Valley. Ravens and Raiders tonight, 7:15 on ESPN. Alabama running back Josh Jacobs questionable for that game. He's got a toe injury and an illness that he's dealing with. He'll be a game-time decision there. We appreciate all your comments as you watch us on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, and on Twitter. Or over in the chat room. We appreciate you guys being with us on social media as well, at Next Round Live on Instagram and on Twitter. And then phone calls this hour at 205-734-0923. Alabama Mercer, Auburn, Alabama State. Quick thoughts on those games. It was one of those weekends in our state that it was, you know, those games were just, hey, it's good to be back at Bryant-Denny and Jordan-Hare Stadium, and let's go see some friends. But Alabama gets a big injury, one that can impact their season with Will Anderson.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to hear what Nick Saban says coming up in his press conference in a couple of hours. He was immediately listed as questionable for this week after the game, which to me was a sigh of relief, because when you have to leave the field and you don't come back, or if it takes you a while to come back, you fear that it's season ending. And that one looked pretty bad, man. It looked pretty bad.
It did, and to lose Christopher Allen in week 1 for the year, and then Will Anderson, who you can make an argument, best defensive player in college football, and to lose him possibly in week 2 against Mercer, boy, that would be a blow.
Rockstar, if you can give me cut number 6. Nick Saban, now he started his news conference before he got into some things where, you know, he was, you know, using the media as he does to get to his players. But it starts off where he says, hey, it's a good win. And he liked a lot of things he saw, especially, you know, scoring on special teams and, you know, getting some turnovers and such like that. But there are little things about this team, and you got a hint of it in preparation, that this was sort of the perfect week for Nick Saban, because they played an opponent where they could really, really dominate before they go on the road and get tested in their first SEC game against Florida. But there are things that Nick Saban really wants to clean up, and that especially counts penalties and penalties on special teams.
The one thing you got to have is you got to be able to be disciplined as a player. You got to have discipline as a player. It means the choices and decisions that you make as a football player are legal, and you're not getting penalties. And you got to maintain your intensity so that you can have good discipline. And that's how you create the right kind of habits. All right, so we had 5 penalties on special teams last week. I don't know how many we had today. All right, but it's ridiculous. And we got to get it fixed.
He had another good soundbite where he, reckoning. There's a reckoning.
Yeah. Talking about his dinners with the old man.
Boy, his old man drove a hard bargain.
Oh, my gosh. Do you think he popped that belt?
Yeah. So the reckoning is in practice this week. But if you're an Alabama fan, you're going to play Florida, who you face in the SEC championship. Florida's got some decisions to make. Anthony Richardson pulls up after a long run with a hamstring, which may make the decision easy to go Emory Jones. But Matt Hayes, who I really like a lot, works for Saturday Down South, longtime Sporting News writer, says obviously he doesn't think this year, but he thinks Florida wins a national championship eventually with Anthony Richardson at quarterback.
Well, once he gets more comfortable throwing the football, Anthony Richardson is the prototypical Dan Mullen quarterback, and I think he can be really good too. I just don't think he's ready. I think he's raw right now. And when asked, who's going to start, he basically said yes. I've got two great quarterbacks. Emory Jones will start. We're going to see both of those.
That's what I was going to ask
Alabama.
you. You think we'll still see the rotation?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Richardson will be in there because I think he's their biggest threat to actually score right now. I personally, watching that offense, it still seems like a mess. They've played opponents they've been able to just overmatch physically. They don't have that perimeter threat that they had last year.
That is exactly right, and Kyle Pitts made it very different.
Well, he opened everything up because, the middle of the field, everybody was so fearful of Kyle Pitts. And then you had Tony on that perimeter, and then you had Trask, who was such an accurate quarterback. To me, the offense is a complete mess right now. And look, I know I said this about Ohio State last week. There is no way Florida can beat Alabama.
Yeah, your absolutes are not doing well to start this year, by the way.
It's only one, by the way.
The two linebackers that Alabama is now likely without in this game, Chris Allen and Will Anderson. Now we're talking here about they back them up, I know, with 4- and 5-star recruits, but those are two guys that you were talking in the offseason about Alabama and Pete Golding having maybe the best defense in America, and those are two big pieces that you're missing going on this road trip where Anthony Richardson or Emory can cause some problems running the football.
But I think the good news is, look, we only saw it for the rest of the Miami game and then a throwaway game against Mercer. But Drew Sanders has been a very capable replacement for Allen. I mean, I don't think it's been just a precipitous drop off there, right?
He physically doesn't look like the same guy.
He doesn't, but he is a big guy now. Yeah. And in fact, it was his play that led to the Kool-Aid McKinstry interception. He played that ball perfectly. Very athletic play by him. So I don't think you've had as big a drop off from 1s to 2s. This is purely my gut talking. I mean, I got no inside information on this. I'm not trying to pretend I do. My gut tells me Will Anderson plays against Florida.
Oh, you think he plays against Florida?
It's just a gut feeling I got. And again, it is not based on any inside information. I'm not reporting it. I'm not saying somebody has tipped me off on anything. It's just my gut feeling.
Well, if it's 50-50, I think I rest him, and I'm a little cautious on this because I don't think you have to have Will Anderson
against
actually
Florida. Think of what you're saying.
I know, on the road against Florida.
I know.
But, talking last week on our Bama and Bourbon podcast with Aaron Suttles from The Athletic, talking about the loss of Christopher Allen, he said, look, you never want to lose any of your starters, but if there is one unit that Alabama has a ton of depth, it is linebacker.
Okay, we'll talk about Auburn and hear from Bo Nix in just a second as they get ready to go play Penn State. Part of our show is being brought to you by the wonderful folks at the Standout Insurance Agency.
You got to have insurance, Jimmy, so you may as well be getting the best value you can. It's time to get an insurance checkup, guys. I want you to call Standout Insurance Agency. Have your coverages, what you pay, and just let them run an insurance checkup for you to make sure you're getting the best value for it. Here's what you might not know. Auto rates have lowered 4 times in the last 12 months. So it's a great time to call Jessup Standard and the Standard Insurance Group. They got the right products, the right prices to earn your business. They have my insurance. I trust them. You can as well. Get that insurance checkup today. 205-664-3200. That's 664-3200. Or on the web, the Standifer Insurance Group is on the web, standiferinsurancegroup.com.
Bo Nix live with us. Coming up at the top of the hour. He'll be with us to start hour number 3. But after the game, he gets a question. I believe this is from our buddy Jeff Spiegel about the preparation, and is Auburn ready to head up to take on the Penn State Nittany Lions?
But when you look at the body of work of this team after 2 games, how prepared do you think you guys are to go on the road and play at Penn State?
I think we're prepared. We've had 2 good weeks. We've played well at times, and then we got to clean up some other things, but we played really well, and the score has shown it a little bit better than how we've actually played. So if I'm excited to play even cleaner football, because that means just we're right around the corner from something special. But I feel like we're comfortable and ready to go. It'll be a fun experience and a great time. It'll be a loud, hostile environment. But I think that we're prepared and we'll be ready to go.
And that's Bo Nix there talking about his preparation leading in. He would go on to say in that soundbite, he would talk about the things that he didn't do right early on in that football game. And a lot of people were asking, was it good Bo in week 1? Was it bad Bo in week 2? We used to do that with a quarterback at Ole Miss.
Bo Wallace.
Was it good Bo
Wallace? Good Bo, bad Bo.
Bad Bo Wallace.
Yep.
You don't want to get into that with Bo Nix, but quarterback play is where you win or lose football games sometimes. And Bo is so important as a veteran going on the road this week at Penn State.
Well, it's been predictable up until this moment. I do think this is the most intriguing game on the board on Saturday is Auburn at Penn State.
Yeah.
I cannot wait to see this game. I've got an early lean right now, but just the history. Good Bo's been a Jordan Hare, 20 touchdowns, 1 pick.
Mm-hmm.
Bad Bo has been on the road, 9 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. That's just kind of the way this has been the first couple of years. He will have an opportunity for redemption this Saturday. They win that game. Auburn's probably in the top 15, close to the top 10, and they've got a ton of confidence because I have a ton of confidence in this Auburn defense right now.
I'm with Lance, and I think it's going to be a defensive game. That's why it's important to have confidence in Auburn's defense because I think you need it.
And by the way, it's a lot of points in a defensive game.
Yeah, 7.5 is the point spread, but you're talking about the total that they gave out?
No, I'm just talking about getting 7.
What do you imagine the total will be in this game, though?
It's up. I haven't looked at the total. I would say this total's probably 46.
Yeah, so it's going to be a pretty low. So that's a pretty low scoring college game. I think this is even lower than that. I think this is like a 17-13 type game. I think it'll be a very low-scoring game. So a team with good defense that can run the football is suited. That's Auburn right now, and they found another running back. And, look, I hate to say this about Sean Shivers because the kid plays the game hard. I think he runs with bad intentions.
He ain't the number 2 now.
But he's not your number 2 now. Hunter is your number 2. So now you got a 2-headed running back. And look, we've seen Hunter one game against Alabama State. He's got to prove a lot more than that. But the kid looks like he's got a pretty good game. And if you can have a 2-headed running back with he and Bigsby with that defense, I like your odds up there.
You know what I learned about Jarquez Hunter?
What's that?
He doesn't trip over white lines because he ran over a lot of them to go 94 yards.
Yeah, school record.
Yeah, when I saw that was a school record, that kind of blows you away when you think about how many great running backs have come through that program.
You telling me Bo didn't go 94 for a touchdown?
But if you ever, I know he went 75, I think, in an Iron Bowl.
Maybe, yeah. I think you're right.
I remember that one. I think that was the Mike Royer tornado game at Legion Field. Where Mike Royer was trying to interrupt the broadcast, and everybody's like,
how'd they go from Mike?
Tornado, we don't care. Stay off. Give me my football game.
Mike was reminded of the importance of football in our state.
Here is our Redmond Vodka stat of this game, Penn State and Auburn. Brought to you by our friends at Redmond Vodka.
Yeah, locally owned and operated. Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind Redmond Vodka. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish that doesn't have a harsh aftertaste. It's 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores. Also, don't forget about your new favorite Simple Classic Gin, Vulcan Gin, also gluten-free and 8 times distilled. The fastest-growing distillery in Alabama is Redmond. Pick up a bottle today.
Sean Clifford had an interception problem last year. He's got no interceptions through 2 games so far against Wisconsin and Ball State. Ball State is Ball State, but Wisconsin,
it's a good defense.
A really good defense. Yeah. No interceptions. Sean Clifford protects the football. If I asked you, Sean Clifford escapes the Auburn defense with no interceptions. Would that surprise you?
It would surprise me. That's a ball hawking secondary. I don't think he's going to turn it over 3 or 4 times, but I could see him throwing a pick in that game. I would say Auburn probably gets an interception in that game.
Matthew says 53 on the over-under for Auburn Penn State per Bovada this morning.
Feels like an under.
Yeah, I was pulling it right now.
Feels like an under right there. When you go under on that one, Dunaway?
Well, that one seems too high now. I'm a little concerned that it's the numbers that big though.
Well, one thing you get in a game with good defenses, you first of all you got 110,000 screaming fans. It's one of the best atmospheres at night when they do this whiteout. It's why game day will be there and all that. But you also get some cheap points sometimes from turnovers. If Clifford has his turnover problem, maybe Auburn gets some cheap points. Other way around, if it turns out being Auburn's overwhelmed by the moment, you can get some cheap points that way. That's how you can get up over that
short
53.
fields.
Yeah.
Auburn right now, the numbers dropped. I mean, the public's a little bit more money on Auburn right now. It's dropped down to 6.
Yeah. All right, let's talk a little Oregon and Ohio State, because you most of America, I would say, everybody outside of Duck Nation did not give Oregon a chance, especially if you knew Kayvon Thibodeau was not going to play. But Oregon led from beginning to end, 35-28. They beat Ohio State. 7 yards per run. 7 yards per run is what the Ducks did to Ohio State's defense.
Well, we said the big concern, the only concern, and I mentioned Dye and Verdell as really good backs, was Ohio State's rush defense and how bad they looked against Minnesota. And they gave up 269 rushing yards to the Ducks. That was problem one. Problem two for Ohio State is Joe Moorhead. Joe Moorhead can call a football game.
Boy, that was a masterclass in play calling.
Look, he might have been overwhelmed with the Mississippi State job. Say what you want about Moorhead there, and the offenses weren't good. But go back to Moorhead under James Franklin at Penn State with Trace McSorley. Those were some of the best offenses in college football. Moorhead, I was completely wrong on this. Oregon is going to be a really difficult out, especially in the Pac-12 now with Moorhead calling plays, because he is one of the better play callers right now in college football. And Anthony Brown is not a quarterback that is great by any means, but does just enough. And when he doesn't make mistakes, with Verdell playing at that level and that play call, it's a dangerous offense.
What did you say the rush number was?
269.
269. I don't have the number in front of me, but you guys watched every play like I did. Of the 269, how many do you guess was outside? That's what surprised me the most.
Almost all of them.
It felt like it, didn't it?
C.J. Verdell was able to get to the corner.
Yeah, they were faster than Ohio State, and that's what surprised me, Lance, is the ability. Anytime they wanted the corner in the run, they had it. And that shocked me, man, how easy it was for them to get outside on Ohio State.
Well, and I think a little misleading. If I would have told you guys before that game that C.J. Stroud is 35 of 54, 484, and 3 touchdowns, you would have said
they won the game.
Going away.
One of the best performances in a losing effort by a top 5 team all time. They put a graphic up on College Football Final. What was amazing about this offensive performance is not only did they run the ball well, but Anthony Brown on 3rd and 4th down was so good. He threw the ball to 11 different receivers for Oregon. 11 different guys caught a pass.
I'm with Lance. I don't know that Anthony Brown is a great quarterback. I thought obviously he played well enough for them to win that game. If they can run the ball, though, that way, he doesn't have to be great. And I don't know what to make of the Pac-12, Lance, now that Oregon gets back out in Pac-12 games. The conference looks like it's a mess. Washington is awful. I know we've missed on Washington. They're awful. USC is awful. I guess Stanford's okay. I don't know.
Utah's not good. Arizona State's average. Watching them against UNLV late night Saturday night.
But usually what you can count on is Oregon losing a Pac-12 game at some point.
Correct.
2010. 2010, Cam Newton playing Oregon in the national. That's the last time a Pac-12 team has gone all the way through without losing a Pac-12 game.
I don't know who it's going to be, though. I mean, who have you watched in the Pac-12? I mean, I guess Stanford, but that's just a knee-jerk. I certainly didn't think that against Kansas State.
It's a lot of parity is what you get out there, and we still don't know what Arizona State has. We'll learn a little bit more as they play BYU this weekend. And, what UCLA, what they can bring to the table. They play Oregon coming up on October 23rd. That'll be a big game, UCLA and Oregon now.
Yeah, UCLA's got a tough one this week against Fresno. Back real quick to Ohio State, though, I think they've got some big problems. Because, as good as the numbers were from Stroud, and Klatt made this point early, and you saw it against Minnesota, he misses high. And a lot of those balls are going to get picked. He was fortunate just to have one pick this past Saturday. But with that defense, especially the rush defense, and with Stroud still not 100% on the accuracy, they're going to lose another game in the Big Ten. The Big Ten's loaded.
They are, but then I look at their schedule. I'm like, who's going to pick them off? I'll tell you who would give them trouble, and they dodge them, is Iowa. I think Iowa would give Ohio State some serious trouble.
Could face them in the Big Ten championship.
Yeah, but Iowa doesn't have any offense. I mean,
but you're playing that defense. Ohio State doesn't have any defense.
You guys watch that game. I mean, Iowa State had twice as many first downs, twice as many yards, but they were -4 in turnovers. They don't turn the football over. They win the game by double digits.
Yeah, they have in the Kirk Ferentz, Matt Campbell face-offs, 5 straight now.
They can't win that game.
9 turnovers for Iowa State, 0 turnovers for Iowa.
Yep.
So they turned the ball over in that game.
That's a weird stat. Can I give you another weird stat? If I heard Brando say this correctly, that pick 6 by Caillou Blue, whatever his name is. What a great name.
Oh, by the way, he is a legit corner.
He is good. Number 17 for Stanford. He had that pick six on Slovis. And I thought Tim Brando said it was the first pick six for them since 2017.
For Stanford?
Yeah, did I hear that right? That is a long time to go between pick sixes.
I don't think pick sixes happen. I mean, we're used to it, I think, because Alabama seems like they used to do it all the time, right?
Yeah, but that's 2 full seasons and a half a season without one. That is a long time to go.
So that kid will be a starting corner in the NFL.
Yeah, he's
but
a good player.
that's his, like, he doesn't have a middle name. It's Caillou Blue. Caillou Blue Kelly. That's his name.
I like the name.
Caillou Blue.
I kept thinking of Dunaway every time they would say it because Dunaway's old Caillou.
I'm the adult Caillou. All right, 20 after, we got Rockstar's viewing menu. Don't forget to keep sending us those weekend images, whether you're at a tailgate, at a game this weekend, or enjoying the games, or your favorite images of the weekend. Send those at Next Round Live on Twitter, and you'll go into a new life art drawing. Rockstar's viewing menu and more talk about college football, where we stand right now as far as the possibility of chaos. A lot of people are talking, is 2007 about to unfold again in college football? We'll talk about that. Our show is being brought to you in part by the great folks at Truckworks. If you're looking to change careers, I got a company for you. It's called Truckworks, Alabama and Mississippi's premier commercial truck dealer, and they're hiring right now. They're looking for awesome people who want to join the Truckworks team. Here's how you join the team. You go to the website and hit the Join Our Team tab. Truckworks.com is the website. Truckworks.com. That is Truckworks with an X. Truckworks.com. Join our team. You'll see openings in sales, management, service techs, deliveries, and a lot more. Absolutely great opportunity to change your life with a great company. Truckworks has 13 locations throughout Alabama, Mississippi, and the Florida Panhandle, a company that's known for treating its employees right. You can find out more by going to truckworks.com. And listen, they're hiring all experience levels. So if you're like, Jim, I don't even know what Truckworks does, it doesn't matter. If you're a professional at whatever Truckworks does, they're looking for you too. All experience levels, all departments across all locations, truckworks.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Win your tailgates this year with Champy's world-famous fried chicken. Fresh to order and worth the wait, you can dine in or use their call-ahead drive-thru. At Champy's, you get southern staples like chicken on a stick and Mississippi Delta homemade hot tamales. They're the best I've ever tasted. See it all online or order at champyschicken.com. You can mix it up with po' boys, tenders, and those full fried chicken plates. Right on Highway 119 in Alabaster, it's fresh and worth the drive on your way to the beach or the big game. Order online right now at champyschicken.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. Major situation the other day. Basement and garage flooded. So who did I call? Our friends at Dry Tech Water Restoration. Call them today, 205-637-0143. They were at my house within an hour. They will always respond quickly, and they answer the phone, 205-637-0143. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. No ties to any insurance companies. Go online, mydrytech.com. That's mydrytech.com, or call 205-637-0143.
Ship happens. Give us a call to get ship started. Call Griffin and Jeff today, 205-605-8101. You can always go online. Go to getshipstarted.com.
Ship happens to get ship done. Don't ever have an accident. Ship yourself. Don't ever have an accident. Ship yourself.
Go to getshipstarted.com.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
I'm Jim Dunaway from my friends at ERA King Real Estate. They know better agents make better deals. That's why they support their agents with innovative training and technology that helps them provide value to you. Find your agent by texting the word MOVE to 35260. That's move to 35260. Even though home values may change, ERA King agents stay priceless. ERA King, working hard to make home buying easy.
Greystone Chiropractic and their brand new facility in Tattersall Park is the premier family wellness office in Birmingham. Dr. Lee Goldenberg is committed to helping families unleash their unlimited healing potential naturally in a beautiful and stress-free environment. Voted best in Birmingham 3 years in a row, nominated for Shelby County Healthcare Provider of the Year. What sets Dr. Goldenberg and Greystone Chiropractic apart? Their attention to detail, their thorough approach with patients, and their excellent customer service. I trust my family with Dr. Goldenberg. You can too. Visit GreystoneChiropractor.com or call 981-8090.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
Nothing to do tonight? Want to bet? It's nonstop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
Think about this scenario for 1 second. You get out of bed in the morning, walk in a room, the first thing you feel is water under your feet. You got a leak, you got a problem. You may think your first call is the insurance company. You're wrong. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Your first call is DryTech Water Restoration. They respond quickly. They'll reply within 20 minutes. Likely, you're talking to an owner. DryTech Water Restoration does not work for the insurance company. They work for the customer. Remember this website, mydrytech.com. That's mydrytech.com and DryTech Water Restoration.
Developing news, Forrester cluing us in, keeping an eye on the news wire back there. Tulane announcing they will play the UAB game not at Legion Field, but back in Tulane. They're going home September 25th. That UAB Tulane game, that there was a possibility UAB was going to be playing a road game at Legion Field. That's not going to happen. Back on campus in New Orleans on September 25th. That's where UAB will play that game.
That was going to be a weird situation for UAB. But beyond that, I'm glad it's not happening. Tulane deserves better. I'm glad they're able to play home games. I hate that they played Morgan State Saturday over at Legion Field. I don't even know if anybody, I don't know what the crowd was like. That would have been a pretty good crowd probably for UAB Tulane, but they deserve a home game. I'm glad they're getting it.
Yeah, no, look, I'm glad New Orleans is getting back to some normalcy. I had a friend that moved back over the weekend because they didn't know how long they were going to be shut out with power.
Absolutely, but they're getting back online, and that is so good to see. He said what in the chat, what's easier, a no-hitter or a pick six that we do with our friends at Buffalo Wild Wings? First week, we had 11 people go 6-0 to make it into the finals. This week, just one guy, Josh Walker.
Wow.
11-0. Josh Walker is...
That's impressive.
But he's 6-0, not 11-0.
6-0, yeah. 11-0 would be good, though.
Yeah. So that's 12 people that are now in the finals. You don't have to go 6-0. You just have to be in first place. But, Josh can ruin it for everybody by going 6-0. So all you 5-1s, blame Josh. But way to go, Josh. He's in the finals coming up in week 13. More details online at nextroundlive.com. It is time for our viewing menu, and every day it's brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. For more information, 1-800-735-2787, or check out that work today, danielmooreart.com.
At 7 p.m. on Showtime, you got a new show called American Rust. It may have premiered last night, but they're replaying it tonight. A compelling family drama that will explore the tattered American dream through the eyes of a complicated and compromised chief of police, Dale Harris, played by Jeff Daniels, in a Rust Belt town in southwest Pennsylvania.
Oh, interesting.
Sounds like they're taking the old Heat of the Night and Mayor of Easttown, smashing it together.
They got
and
married,
giving you a TV show.
I like Jeff Daniels, though. One of his best roles ever, there was a
Arachnophobia.
No, it was a Netflix one-season series called Godless.
Yes.
And it was a town of nothing but women. It was a Western. And he played the bad guy in it, and he was really good. He was one arm, too.
Well, everybody said they were big fans of Newsroom. I still have not seen Newsroom.
Oh, I love Newsroom, but I'm a journalist. I don't think a lot of people would like Newsroom.
You're not a journalist.
Uppity.
The last thing you are is a journalist.
He tries to be. Well, what's that thing on the back of your neck?
This is an earpiece.
That's right.
What journalists wear, right?
Well, apparently it's going. The earpiece goes over better than this golf shirt I'm wearing.
I knew it. As soon as I saw it in the break, somebody asked Dunaway on the chat if he lost a bet to wear that shirt.
Somebody dropped some highlighters on it.
Oh, he'll never wear it again.
I know. I knew it the minute I saw that.
No, I'm trying to pop because I don't want to blend into the wall, so I look for something that has a little color to it.
Literally, though, the center of the shirt's the same color as the wall. Look on the screen right there.
I know, but that's why I got the pink stripe.
So you pop.
Just wear the Rams end zone from last night.
but I'll tell you, a big problem in this shirt is that it's cold in here, and I'm cutting glass over here.
Put some Band-Aids on.
I know.
I thought you just liked week 2.
No, I'm just telling. That's why I keep telling Forrester, don't give me tight shots in here. It's not suitable for work. What else, Rockstar?
One for Dunaway, 7 p.m. on Hallmark tonight. You got Moonlight in Vermont. Now, this is a good.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, wow, Rocky.
A woman seeks peace and quiet at her dad's country inn, of course, following a painful breakup, but she unexpectedly runs into her ex there.
Oh, yeah.
In order to win him back, she pretends to date the inn's chef, for whom she begins to develop some very real feelings.
Oh, interesting.
There's a lot of storylines.
It really
going on.
is. They could do numerous on that.
Yeah. Moonlight and Vermont. Then 7 p.m. on Flicks, one of my guilty pleasures, Limitless with Bradley Cooper.
I still haven't seen it. And De Niro.
Yeah, it's a good film.
And then they did the TV show, and he produced it, but it made it one
I think
series
maybe
or one episode.
1.5 seasons. No, I mean it made it a season, but I don't think it's good for a TV show. But it's a good little movie, though.
All right. Josh, by the way, I'm watching the show, and no one is more shocked that I'm 6-0 than me. So, Josh,
he put a lot into that.
Yeah.
Josh, way to go, man. You ruined it for all the 5-1ers out there. We'll do it again coming up Friday with our Pick 6. And thank you again for the overwhelming response. Another record number for us this week. What you got, Brian?
We got kick times, Jimmy D. You want some new kick times?
For week 4?
Week 4.
All right. So week 4, these kick times being brought to you by our friends at Greystone
I like
Chiropractic.
That's right. You know who loves some football is Dr. Lee. His team's 1-0, boys. Who's his team?
The Dolphins.
That's right.
I'll be
They're
there.
1-0.
Hopefully the girls are wearing the jerseys today because I'm going today.
Let's hope so. Dr. Lee Goldenberg and our good friends at Greystone Chiropractic want to remind you that your nervous system, your spine, and the proper alignment there controls every cell, every tissue, every organ in your body. And because nerves are protected by the spine, any misalignment can affect all of that. I found that out because I just went in to get loose for a golf swing, and it's helped my entire body. And one thing he always says, it's easier to grow healthy kids than repair damage in adults. So even if you think your kid's too young for chiropractor work, Dr. Lee is so good at that. I trust him with my family. You can too at Greystone Chiropractor, just off 119 in Tattersall Park. Enjoy a healthier life today. Make an appointment at GreystoneChiropractor.com, GreystoneChiropractor.com, or call 205-981-8090. All right. Do you want all of them, or just you want me to pick what I think is good games?
Every single one.
I mean, it's a whole conference.
Yeah. How about you just give me the good ones?
LSU Mississippi State's going to be straight out of game day ESPN. That's an interesting game.
Yeah.
Texas A&M Arkansas, the 2:30 CBS treatment.
Ooh, I'm excited about that one.
Arkansas has played their way right onto CBS.
Yeah.
How about that?
You know
Good for them.
who's surprised about that?
Who?
Gary Danielson. He's like, I've got to prepare for an Arkansas game again?
Wow. I found myself, I know where Dunaway was on this. Brown, where were you on that Colorado game? Were you pulling hard for Colorado?
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, I was
Of
pulling
course
hard.
you guys were.
Kind of.
You anti-SECers.
Well, I was just, kind of.
Yeah. I wanted to see
Jimbo's offenses are so difficult to watch.
But that defense was playing so great for Texas A&M. They forced punts 6, 1 miscue. They were not going to win the game. 6 straight punts.
They're going against one of the lower tier Pac-12 teams too.
You don't know that. Nobody's got the Pac-12 figured out yet. Could be the best team in the Pac-12.
Neither there's the Pac-12.
Fresh start time for Auburn, Georgia State, 3 o'clock, SEC Network, Auburn, Georgia State.
Don't want to think about that one. Penn State's on my mind.
Prime time, ESPN, 6 o'clock kick, Florida, Tennessee. Used to be such a good game. Tennessee's got quarterback issues. Florida's got 2
what a
quarterbacks.
disgusting game.
Yes.
Yeah. If you go back in the 1990s and tell ESPN, hey, you're stealing Florida, Tennessee away from CBS, they'd be like, yes,
I'll take it. And Alabama Southern Miss is going to kick at 6:30 on the SEC Network in Tuscaloosa. So Auburn, Georgia State, 3 o'clock, and Alabama Southern Miss will be right after them at 6:30.
I'm excited about one game out of that whole thing.
I know.
Can I tell you the interesting story from the weekend that was stolen by the cat that would have made the headlines if it wasn't for the cat being saved in Miami is actually from Southern Miss, since you bring them up. Third quarter, the announcement comes that the such and such portal inside the stadium is being blocked. Please work around that portal.
Saw this.
A lady gives birth in the tunnel at the stadium. Can you imagine her husband? Hey, honey, yeah, you're going to the concession stand. Can you bring me back a Pepsi and some popcorn? And she comes back with Pepsi, popcorn, and the newborn baby.
Look,
We've adopted a child.
This is believable for Alabama and Auburn. Southern Miss football is so bad. You're going to roll the dice on. You have to go to that game.
Exactly.
Where you might be giving birth.
Yes. Why were you there?
Well, I don't know if it was a Grambling fan or a Southern Miss fan, but it was inside the stadium for that game this weekend. So, but baby born in the third quarter. So
thank God it wasn't at the Rose Bowl.
Well, if I'm a stork, I'm not going to that game.
It wouldn't be room to give birth at the Rose Bowl. Those portals are so narrow.
All right. So because of what we've seen through 2 weeks now, there are some people that are starting to say, are we on a path to 2007 again? If you go back to that year, that was where, boy, if you were the number 2 team in the country, you lost every week.
South Florida made it up there.
South Florida was number 2
Rutgers
team.
made it up there, right?
Rutgers was, everybody. But that was the year that LSU, if I'm right, won the national championship with 2 losses.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just chaos. Every week, a big playoff contending team got knocked upside down. And in week 1, we lost Clemson. And in week 2, we lost Ohio State. Now, those teams are not out of it by any stretch of the imagination. But I ask you, does it feel like we're on a path from what you've seen through 2 weeks of having maybe our first ever 2-loss team in the college football playoffs? Are we looking at a year of chaos?
Possibly. I do think Alabama and Georgia are going to hold 1 and 2 the entire year. And I made this point last week that I think we're going to see what we saw in 2009 with Alabama and Florida meeting up in Atlanta as 1 versus 2 undefeated. I think we'll see that. Oregon and Iowa, I find it hard to believe they're going to hold it 4 and 5.
Yeah, I need to look at Iowa's schedule, Lance. I just told you Oregon's. I mean,
Spencer Petras is not good enough. That Iowa offense, I mean, they're just not good enough to be a top 5 team.
Penn State and Wisconsin, that's their 2 biggest games.
I've seen those 2 teams play one another. Iowa
is right there with them.
I mean, they are. Yep. I mean, look, Iowa, say what you want about Iowa. Who's got 2 better wins than Iowa right now? Nobody in the country.
No, and that's why they're number 5.
25.
Yep. But when I look at Oregon, Jim, I mean, that Stanford game is way more interesting now than it was a week ago, now that it looks like Stanford has found quarterback. And then at UCLA, I mean, Oregon's got some losable games, but, boy, if they can make it past UCLA undefeated, I don't know who catches them.
I still think Washington and Utah on the road are going to be tough games for Oregon.
Washington?
October 9th is Iowa at home to Penn State. October 30th on the road, Camp Randall to play Wisconsin.
Big game there.
So those 2 teams are up into the top 5 now. But neither one of you are counting out Clemson and Ohio State. Texas A&M is in there at number 7. They're going to get a shot at a lot of ranked teams, but specifically Alabama at home. Penn State gets Auburn this week, and if they get by that, they've got a challenging schedule because Michigan survived this past weekend against Washington. Ohio State is still Ohio State. And Penn State, has that trip to Iowa.
Look, you mentioned Clemson. Watching the ACC and going into this week, we talked about it because, and I thought this would happen as the games are unfolding, Arkansas is getting all this praise for what they did against Texas, and they deserve every bit of it. To me, I was more impressed by what State did to NC State.
Okay, now, you said this after the show, so I want you to say it here for our live audience. And then I want Lance to listen to him. He's more impressed by what Mississippi State did to NC State.
Because I think, Jim, NC State's a better team than Texas. That's why. I mean, I think there's a chance NC State was the second best team in the ACC, and that ain't saying much. I get it.
I'd still think we don't know. I think that second best team could end up being Wake Forest.
Oh, my gosh. Are you kidding me? Clemson's going to get to go through another year of that.
I mean, Pitt took a couple of punches in the jaw and kept bouncing back with Kenny Pickett.
Yeah, I was a little surprised, though, when Hooker took over that they were able to move the football on Pitt like that.
I know. I mean, it looks like Heupel might have made a mistake going with Milton instead of Hooker. We'll see. Luganville was at that game. He'll be on tomorrow.
Back to your point, though, I think NC State, Texas, neutral site's probably a pick.
It probably is. NC State shut them down. And I know Arkansas shut down Texas, too. I think a lot of people are getting caught up on name brand there because it's Texas. I was more impressed by what NC State. And look, I'm not trying to take anything away from Arkansas. I was super impressed by what they did.
What Mississippi State did to
by
NC
what
State.
Mississippi State did to NC State.
I was more impressed with Arkansas, but I don't have a problem with that. Mississippi State is going to be Jekyll and Hyde all season. I think what you saw against Louisiana Tech defines how they will be this year. No one expected them to win that game on Saturday. They dominated that game. That game was never in doubt.
Yeah, I mean, they returned the opening kickoff, and it was over. I mean, NC State had that one drive down, and State intercepted them in the end zone. And, I mean that was NC State's shot in the whole game.
And I still think Mississippi State's probably a 6-6 team. I don't know how you guys feel. 7-5?
No way of telling right now. The way the defense played and that offense is going to be up and down, like you said. But that was the defense we thought we were going to get from Mississippi State from the get-go. They gave up a lot early to La Tech. A big win over NC State this past weekend, 24-10. Vandy got a good road win for the SEC, beating a Colorado State team 24-21. Good for Clark Lee bouncing back from that. And good for Shane Beamer in South Carolina, 20-17. Last second field goal there as the Gamecocks stay unbeaten. Problem now, they play Georgia, and they play Georgia in Athens.
They do, and they're a massive dog.
And they are 32-point underdogs, and that is the Todd Blackledge game in Athens.
Are you serious?
And I was going to ask you, how did they get stuck with that game? But that's where Sean and Todd, as a taste of the town, he's asking where he should go taste of the town in Athens this week.
Go to another market.
Yeah, go to a different game.
Yeah, that's amazing to me.
It's amazing they won that game, too, because you're down double digits. Yeah. You're 2 of 12 on third downs. You turn the ball over 3 times. And you've still got Zeb Nolan at quarterback, and Kevin Harris is not 100%.
He's not. Yeah. I mean, but we got to give Shane Beamer credit for winning 2 games with an assistant coach at quarterback. You got to give him credit for that.
Luke Doty 100% after practice last night. That from Shane Beamer there. And we'll get to more college football coming up with our 3 and Out in the next segment. Bo Nix is live at the top of the hour. This show is being brought to you in part by Rockstars Guy.
It's Adam Mestre there, Dunaway. Adam is a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 at MD Realty. We make house calls.
Yeah. By the way, all 4 new Big 12 teams, big winners this past weekend. So good for those teams, including Gus and UCF, who gets a Friday night game this week, a touchdown favorite on the road at Louisville. This is the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now, you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The next time you need one or a set of new tires, do yourself a favor. Stop by, see the guys at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Locally owned and operated with a wide selection of the top tire brands available. The guys there can get you set and get you safely back out on the road. Again, 4 locations in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trustful, and Gardendale. For more information, you can always visit them online. Check them out today, VulcanTireandAuto.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Take a second to listen to me. Do you have problems sleeping? Is your energy down? Your workouts not the same? Is your libido down? Your problem could be as simple as low testosterone. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution. You can come in, get a medical consultation and blood work. If medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website alabamamensclinic.com. Another side effect could be depression, and most men wait a year or longer before ever getting tested. The goal line to better sleep, more energy, a rekindled love life, and more may be as simple as getting your low T checkup at Alabama Men's Clinic. Located in Birmingham to serve you. The number again, 205-598-7000 or one click at alabamamensclinic.com. That's alabamamensclinic.com.
This hour of The Next Round is brought to you by Excalibur Services, a name you can trust when it comes to residential heating, AC, and electrical services. Excalibur is growing and looking for exceptional HVAC techs, plumbers, and electricians. 205-718-8688. Alabama license number 15214.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Let's face it, we all have a favorite something. This is LT talking about my favorite men's store, Shea's in downtown Homewood. Why do I like this store so much? And what makes Shea's so unique? Well, to start, they have been in business since 1922. Yes, 1922. And they offer an eclectic mix of menswear brands from classic to contemporary, such names as Xenia, Canali, Peter Millar, and many more. They have an in-house alteration personnel who understands that fit is key. And Shea's gets it right. Whether they're fitting a suit, shirt, or jeans, they offer unbeatable service with a sales staff that truly understands the products and how they fit your individual lifestyle in any occasion. Whether it's your work, leisure time with friends, or a formal event like a wedding, stop by Shea's and see if you don't agree. This store is simply the best. That is Shea's in historic downtown Homewood, where you will feel at home when you arrive and well-dressed when you leave.
Back with you on the Next Round. Bo Nix live with us at the top of the hour. Part of our show being brought to you by Ship Happens. And we just had a shipping delivery from our friends at Bud Light.
Oh,
if you're
so excited.
If you're watching the commercial break, you can see it over LT's shoulder. We've got our Kegerator in studio now. It is live, and we're cooling the beer down right now, all the way to a chilly 35 degrees. Thanks to everyone at Bud Light who made that happen, and everyone at Ship Happens who ship anything we need here on the show.
In today's ever-changing market, your supply chain is a major factor in maintaining and growing relationships with your customers. Safe, on-time, and affordable shipments, they're crucial. With over 20 years combined experience in relationships, our friends Jeff and Griffin at Ship Happens have the ability to get ship done. From LTL, van, flatbed, heavy haul, and expedited, Ship Happens is ready to bring a solution to all of your transportation problems. Don't have an accident and ship yourself. Call the guys at Ship Happens, 205-605-8101.
The problem where we put it now, Rockstar Forester, you can't sneak in here and draw a beer without us being able to see you do it.
That's right.
So where could you have put that where I could have snuck in?
That thing looks great, though.
Yeah,
I mean,
it
we really
does.
appreciate everybody at Budweiser and Big Dave bringing this up here today.
Got our own logo
awesome.
on it.
Yeah, we got the logo on it and everything.
Yeah.
So looks good. And it's chilling down to 35 degrees. Got that going in a couple hours. Maybe by the final hour, we'll be able to pull the first one off.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Looking forward to that right there. They're cranking it up right now.
I hear it.
Whoa, crank it up. Let's do 3 and Out, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Hey, it's still hot out in Alabama. Drop by any of those 4 locations of Vulcan Tire and Auto and get that AC check to make sure you've got the fluids under the hood to stay cool behind the wheel. 4 locations at online vulcantireandauto.com.
First down.
Okay, bigger statement. Cardinals over the Titans or Steelers over the Bills?
I think it's got to be Steelers over the Bills. I mean, the Bills, you said, were the second best team in the NFL. Steelers go on the road and win that game kind of handily.
A lot of people projected them to win the Super Bowl.
I saw yesterday on the CBS pregame, I think 4 of 5 had the Bills in the Super Bowl.
Yep.
So, obviously the Bills trendy pick. Sean McDermott's done a great job with that organization, but I don't know what I saw yesterday in the second half. I mean, Josh Allen looked like Josh Allen 2019.
Yeah. That is a concern. I'm obviously Pittsburgh beat a better team. I'm more impressed with what the Cardinals was able to do defensively,
dominated,
and how many weapons, with them being healthy, how many weapons they had offensively.
Well, and you know what's crazy is one of the most penalized teams in the NFL last year, the Cardinals, and it started out like that. They had 8 penalties in the first half yesterday, and they're still able to win that game on the road, going West Coast to East Coast. And shutting down Derrick Henry, Chandler Jones was unblockable, and Kyler Murray was great yesterday.
Second down.
Shakier team moving forward, the Titans or the Packers?
I'm more concerned about the Titans because of the quarterbacks. You just think Aaron Rodgers will get it right over the next 16 games, and I don't know if the Titans can. If you take Derrick Henry away, how good is that team?
You saw that yesterday. How good were they?
Yep.
Not very. I'm probably going to say the Titans. I watched that game. My friend Jacob is a big Titans fan. He came over, and I had it on the big screen a lot because of that until even he said, hey, you can go to another game.
I'm done.
Yeah, I'll tap out, move it to a side screen. And the whole time I thought Dunaway is going to complain so much that I talked him into taking the Titans in his NFL picks there.
Yeah, look, Dunaway, I kind of agree with you that this thing will get right with Aaron Rodgers unless he's just totally unplugged.
That's right.
But I want you to keep in mind, I talked you into the Titans over the Ravens, did I not? Or was it the Patriots?
It was the Patriots.
Okay, they lost too.
They did.
They're both 0-1.
Yeah. Who do you feel better about right
now? The Patriots. Yeah, it's much better.
Third down.
Okay, more surprising outcome this past weekend. Jack State actually winning on the road against Florida State, or the fact that the Saints won by 35?
More surprised by the Saints winning by 35 against the Packers. I mean,
I agree, and that's kind of amazing to say that, but
it
I
really
agree
is.
with you.
Because I've seen Jack State take Auburn to overtime. I've seen them. Didn't they beat Ole Miss?
They beat Ole Miss. They beat Florida International, and they beat Florida State. That's their, if I'm not mistaken, that's their 3 FBS wins.
And then overtime against Auburn, where they had a chance to win that game at Jordan-Hare Stadium back in Gus's time there. So there was an amazing win for Jack State, but more surprised that you got what you got from Jameis Winston, which I thought would be a good next chapter. I didn't think 5 touchdowns, and I didn't think they would do to Aaron Rodgers what they did to Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Again, Jameis is 27.
We're seeing more and more. I know it's crazy to think about. He's only that old. We're seeing more and more FBS over FC. You're becoming numb to it a little bit. I think it's just happening more and more.
And it's a little surprising because you would think that you're going to have like the elite of SCS transfer to FBS.
You're right. But think about how crazy it was the day Appalachian State beat Michigan.
Yeah.
It's like some man had landed on the moon. We'd almost never seen that, and now it happens so much.
But didn't that Michigan team end up being pretty good that year?
I think they were 10-3 or something like that.
So what does Florida say? They're an 0-2 team, right?
They are. They're going to be 5-7. As I said in my 3 guarantees, it'll probably be the only one I get right. They'll be a 5-7 team.
Fourth down.
Which second-year SEC quarterback has the better year, Jalen Hurts or Joe Burrow?
Burrow.
Boy, for one day, though, Jalen Hurts looks like Philadelphia is his town. Man, he looked fantastic. May have been the opponent. Joe Burrow's got a lot of moxie, walked down, sat down, and said, as Jamar Chase is wrapping up his media availability after the game, he is leaving. Joe walks down before he even says a question. He says, thought you guys said he dropped everything. Great pass from Burrow to Jamar Chase. They look like they are a perfect combination for each other.
I tell you what I don't like.
I think Burrow will have a better year.
And I was way too focused on that game yesterday because I gave up 2 early picks, and the Bengals were one of them. Zach Taylor is a head coach.
You don't like that?
I don't. Hey. And for him going forward on 4th down in the situation where they were.
Are you talking about in overtime?
No. I'm talking about in the third quarter.
Yeah.
And they had the game. I mean, they were controlling the game and going for it deep in their own territory, giving it up, not getting the 4th down, and then that led to a touchdown on the other side from Adam Thielen. And really put that game, that's what sent that game to overtime. I just, there were some questionable things last year. I love Joe Burrow.
But the overtime.
And he's going to be great. And Jamar Chase, I mean, you're right. He dropped everything in the preseason, but he was really good.
The overtime 4th down to C.J. Uzomah, what a fantastic play call that was.
It ended up being, it scared me to death.
Oh, no, it's scary.
I would have gone because it was 4th and a foot.
Gutsy,
I'm
man.
going Joe Burrow right behind.
I know,
Sept.
but instead you hit Uzama and you win the game in the NFL.
Yeah. That's 4 downs, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. 3 and out, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, as the kids are back in school or off at college, make sure they'll be safe on the road. Take their vehicle by any of the 4 locations of Vulcan Tire and Auto to get a look at those brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do a bumper-to-bumper for you and your family. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Charles says, as he was watching during, and if you've never been with us on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, or Periscope, you can see in the commercial break. Sometimes we give you some pictures and such. Sometimes it's a live look in at what's going on in the studio. Charles says LT telling the Bud Light guy how to hook up the taps.
Not true. Not true. They're showing us actually how to, and you guys are going to have to take a crash course in this too. We all got to be on the same page.
All right, you got it.
It did look like you were doing that, but I understand. Roderick wants to know, Lance, have you already bought your Super Bowl tickets? # Matt Stafford.
The offensive line, I think, is still going to be a problem for the Rams, and my biggest fear is going to be run defense.
Run defense. So you didn't answer the question. Have you already looked at your Super Bowl tickets?
I can't even imagine.
In Los Angeles.
The ticket just without the Rams being there is going to be massive in that stadium. It's probably a $5,000 to $8,000 ticket. If the Rams are there, it's $10,000 ticket.
Yeah, part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters.
Jimmy D, a lot of big dates coming up for the hunters and the listening audience, so get prepared with Nichols Outfitters. Firearms, ammo, one of the largest showrooms in the Birmingham area. Find what you're looking for at Nichols Outfitters, off exit 242, I-65 in Pelham. And then visit them in-store online, nicholsoutfitters.com.
Halfway through this next round, Bo Nix at the top of the hour as the Tigers get ready for a trip to Happy Valley. Getting a touchdown in points. Bo doesn't care about that. He just wants to eat a W. We'll talk to Bo about that. And Nick Saban at 12 noon. He's making it common language now.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now. And right now, you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459. One Man in the Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man in the Toolbox has the background to help you with almost any project. 823-2111.
Are you sick of leasing your life away? Ryan Brown here from the next round. Mortgage Right has the cure. With locations nationwide, our friends at Mortgage Right are dedicated to making the home buying process easy. They are eager to offer tips, tools, and a staff of industry professionals to move you in with confidence. So if you're ready to let go of the leasing life and start living life, Mortgage Right can help. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
If you owe back taxes and are looking for a way out, I've got the answer. This is Jim Dunaway, and I've seen what ignoring IRS tax problems can do. There is hope, and it starts by calling my friend Perry Cronin with Axiom Tax Resolution Group. Let me explain 2 things. 1, the IRS is starting to take the gloves off again post-pandemic. That means they are getting more aggressive with their collection efforts. Don't fall victim to liens and garnishments. call Perry Cronin today. The second thing is this. Don't call some national 1-800 number. This is too important for you to be just some other number. Perry and his daughter Teresa Cronin are tax professionals right in our area. You'll meet with them face-to-face, and they'll give you a free consultation. Call 205-872-1100. That's 205-872-1100. Or the website, 205tax.com. Perry Cronin can show you there's hope when dealing with the IRS. Visit 205tax.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
This hour of The Next Round is brought to you by Excalibur Services, a name you can trust when it comes to residential heating, AC, and electrical services. Excalibur is growing and looking for exceptional HVAC techs, plumbers, and electricians. 205-718-8688. Alabama license number 15214.
Stay up to date with The Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Man, we're fired up to talk to Bo Nix in just a second as the Tigers have the game of the week with College Game Day up at Happy Valley against Penn State. We'll talk about everything Auburn and Penn State in a second. This hour of the show being brought to you by the great folks at Champy's Chicken right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. A lot of Auburn fans got together and watched Auburn take on Bama State at Champy's Chicken this past weekend. Champy'sChicken.com, see the whole menu. Plus, you can sample some great tailgate food like chicken on a stick and those great homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. It's the place for blues, brews, and birds. It's Champy's Chicken right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. AP poll is out. Alabama, Georgia, Oklahoma, Oregon, and Iowa. You see how far teams can move when they get big wins. Oregon and Iowa, both of them on the road. Possibility of upward movement for Auburn, who is number 22 in this week's ranking Brown.
And Bo Nix, the Auburn quarterback, joins us this time each week, courtesy of Rentalworks, the division of Craneworks that's got all the equipment you need for DIY projects, from chainsaws to skid steers to pressure washers to excavators. They have it all. Give them a call or visit craneworks.com for more info. Hey, Bo, what's up, man? How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing great. How are y'all?
Doing wonderful. Thanks a lot. Look, just as college football fans, we get fired up for this game. I can't imagine playing in it and going to a historic place like Happy Valley. How fired up are you?
Extremely happy and fired up. We're ready to go. Got a lot of guys who are going to experience their first game day trip, and so that's exciting for those guys. And then obviously got a few of us who have played in a few game days already. And so we know what it means. We know what it means for college football and what it means for the university, and we're excited to play in it.
Hey, going back to this past weekend, Demetrius Robertson, a guy that had a lot of expectation for him, the Georgia transfer, finally gets involved in week 2 and he made some big plays for you guys.
Yeah, he did. He really took advantage of those opportunities that he had, and he made explosive plays, and that's exactly what we needed. All 3 of his touchdowns came very close together. We kind of started a little slow, and then once he scored that first one, things started jumping from there, and so it was huge for the team and huge for Saturday.
Bo, listen, none of us have ever gone through a week where College Game Day is there. You've been through this before, so tell me, is there any extra, I don't know if you've talked to Kirk yet and the guys, but is there any extra media obligations on the quarterback when you've got the game day game? Do they come to town and do a lot of interviews with you? How does that work out for you?
Yes, sir. It's more than just your normal Saturday game, just because they have all the little excerpts in the game that they want to show and want to feature. But that's the exciting part, and I think that's the part that most people look forward to when they're the featured game on Saturday, is they get some more media attention and as they're kind of the main attraction for that week. And our team deserves it. And I think that it'll be a fun atmosphere. Just from everything that I've seen, it'll be my first visit up there. But I have been able to experience some electric atmospheres down here in the South, but it'll be fun to go up there and to see what kind of history they have and the atmosphere that they present.
You know, this past weekend, game day was in Ames for Iowa State and Iowa. And Tyler Goodson, running back for Iowa, said during the week, he was like, this benefits us. There's so much energy going on with the home team hosting game day. Do you think it does benefit the road team with game day being on campus at Penn State?
Well, I specifically have never played a home college game day. So I don't know from that side of things, but I do know that just from being the away team or a neutral team, there's really the only thing extra is just the few interviews that you have in the week. And then once you start to travel, it's just like a typical road game, just as far as stay and travel and bus rides and stuff like that. It's all the same once you get down to it. But I'm excited. And I think that, like he said, it is good for the program.
Auburn's Bo Nix joins us each week courtesy of Rentalworks, a division of Crane Works. It's their equipment rental division and the source for all your equipment needs, big or small. You can forget the big box stores. Just go to Rentalworks. They've got reliable machines and local experts to help you find exactly what you need. Craneworks.com or call them to get a personalized quote from Rentalworks. To this date, what is the craziest, loudest atmosphere you've played in?
My freshman year when we went to Florida, it was the loudest that I've experienced. And that same year we played at LSU and A&M. So some great stadiums, some great venues, but Florida was incredible. Just from a football fan, from a college football fan growing up, that was one of the most fun experiences. Obviously the game didn't turn out how we had liked it, but the atmosphere was very fun, and it was what a kid like me dreams of when we grow up and playing in the backyard.
Can you practically, because we talk about how important home field advantage is, especially in college football, can you give me practical ways it affects you? I mean, as a quarterback, how does a loud, crazy environment like that affect the play of the game?
Well, the main thing is just when it gets loud enough to where your voice can't be heard and nobody else can be heard, it's just to where it gets so loud to where you just can't hear anything. And no matter, like, it can't even get louder because you just can't hear anything. So that just affects communication and especially on the field communication when you can't go up to someone's ear and speak to them and communicate with them. So it's definitely one of those things that only thing that can compare is experience. So unless you've played in it before, you can't really get ready for it or prepare for it. You can try your best with crowd noise during practice and other things and listening to loud things while you're maybe just in your headphones while you're studying or something, but it's nothing like the actual experience of it.
Now, obviously, this week wasn't as clean for you and the offense as week one against Akron. As a competitor, as a guy before getting this big test at Penn State, are you sort of appreciative of maybe a few setbacks that wasn't perfect this week so that you maybe can refocus, recalibrate with the offense and going, or would you have liked to have had a perfect game against Alabama State too, like you did against Akron?
Oh, well, I think there's kind of two things to that. Obviously, every game you'd like to be perfect, but you also have to understand that not every game is going to be perfect. So we, as an offense, we set the standard high and we set the bar high for ourselves in week one with just how clean we played and the success we had and the drives that we scored back to back to back. And then to compare to last week where we kind of had a sluggish start, we moved the ball fine, but then we just killed ourselves in the red zone and had to settle for some field goals, turn the ball over, had more penalties. And then we came back from it and had an explosive second half. So I think it was good to face some adversity and have to fight through it and just stay focused and move through a sluggish start, just because obviously when you go to Penn State, it's not going to be perfect either. As you continue to go throughout the season, some home games aren't going to be perfect either. And so adversity is good, and I'm glad we hit it before we started in critical environments.
Hey, these numbers got brought up earlier in the show, and it's something you'll probably see on graphics that ESPN will run throughout the entire week leading up to College game day. At home, you've been incredible. 20 touchdowns, 1 pick. On the road, 9 touchdowns, 10 picks. Is that a little misleading?
Well, if you look at the road games that those numbers came from, it's at a top 10 Georgia team. It's at a top, I guess, 5 LSU team. Don't know exactly where they were ranked. They were 1 or 2 when we played them. It was at Florida. It was at A&M. So all these games that we talk about and discuss, they're misleading because at home we get to play some non-SEC teams, which is, I mean, if you look at college football, obviously everybody has better stats when they don't play in their league. So I would say they're a little misleading, but I mean, if you look at just the success that we've had at home versus away games, there is a drastic difference. And obviously we would love to fix those and correct those numbers as we move forward. Obviously you can't do anything going back, so you can only move forward and continue to critique yourself and play better when you have another opportunity to play on the road.
Bo Nix, presented by Craneworks and Rentalworks, your number one source for crane and equipment rental. Bo, I've never coached a football game, but Jarquez Hunter is averaging 18 yards a carry. I'd give it to him every play if I were you. I would keep calling that play. Go to Jarquez Hunter.
Well, you know, a 94-yard touchdown run really helps that average because it just lengthens the other ones. But, I mean, he has done really well the first 2 games. He's done everything we've asked of him so far, and he'll continue to get better. It's his first year in a new college system too, so he's just going to get better with the game plan and other things. But I expect he and Tank to both work with each other as we move forward, and the offensive line to continue to get better. The offensive line is just continuing to stack reps on reps and experiences together, and we have what's leading to a bunch of veteran guys up front. So that's going to help us a lot moving forward.
Listen, I always thought you would go to Auburn, but I'm interested because you were a highly sought-after quarterback. Did James Franklin and Penn State recruit you? Did you ever make an official visit or anything like that? Were there phone calls with the Penn State coach?
You know, no, sir. Coach Franklin did not. But at the time, it was kind of my recruitment started a little fast, and kind of some teams down here that were already making a push or were ahead. And so I think that played a factor in it. But I'm sure if Coach Franklin and I would have reached out to one another, we would have enjoyed talking to one another and growing a relationship, because he's had some successful quarterbacks himself. And he just has always done a good job coaching, and he's had great success at Penn State.
Yeah, and Sean Clifford, one of those quarterbacks that he's got right now, a guy that's got a lot of experience. When you watch Sean on film, what kind of problems can he present for your defense?
Well, I really got to meet Sean for the first time this summer at the Manning Passing Academy. I know I've talked about that before, but that's the first time I've met him, and he seems like a great guy. And we discussed the game a little bit and how fun it was going to be for the both of us. And so I think if you look at a guy like him, his experience will play a great role in this game. And just any time you face a quarterback with experience, you know they've been there and done that, and they've been in great environments themselves. And so it'll be fun for him as it is for me, and he'll present a challenge.
Did y'all make a little friendly wager, like he sends you some Penn State ice cream, you send in some Acre, wings or something? Is there a little friendly wager on the game?
No, there's not. It's just kind of, I guess, bragging rights that are like undiscussed.
What happened to the flag? You had the flag in the background before. What'd you do?
Yeah, you need some art.
Yeah, did we lower the flag?
Well, yeah, it's just easier for setup when it's not there.
Okay. All right. We liked it.
We
got some compliments.
We'll send you a big next round logo if you want.
Right. Yeah, we can get a logo on the wall if you're cool
there
with that.
You go.
All right. Bo, thank you. Enjoy the time, man. Have a great trip. Look forward to watching the game.
Of course. Thank you, guys. War Eagle.
All right, buddy. Take care. That is Bo Nix with us, and he joins us each week on the Pepsi Hotline. And he does so courtesy of Craneworks and Rentalworks. Listen, whether you have an at-home project coming up or a corporate construction job, Rentalworks and Craneworks can help you. Rentalworks is a division of Craneworks. They've got everything from landscaping equipment to excavators. Check out their full fleet, craneworks.com. Rentalworks is the way to go. Don't go buy the machinery. Just rent it from Rentalworks. You can see more at craneworks.com.
Boy, if you get if I just say you get Bo Nix Oregon game, his freshman year, first game ever in college. If you get that Bo Nix,
they win the game.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is really a stretch. Best offensive player on the field is going to be Tank Bigsby.
I think I would agree. Having watched one Penn State game, I didn't watch a whole lot of them Saturday.
John Dotson is really good. He's a guy that stretches the field, but he's no Tank Bigsby.
Well, that's where I was going to go. Is Dotson? Dotson to me is the best receiver in the game. Is he? You go Bigsby over Dotson. You can get the ball. Yeah. It's easier to get the ball to Bigsby than it is to Dotson.
That's true. Yeah, and Dotson again, they're going to take their shots and look, and they're probably going to have an opportunity. I mean, that's what Penn State they love to do. Mike Urich calling that offense. Noah Cain, running the football will set up some of those shots to Dotson, and Clifford has got a massive arm. I think this Auburn defense. I don't know if they've seen as good as Wisconsin's defense was. You talked about Jim Leonard. And, exotic blitzes and watching that game, there was some confusion there. They don't have the speed of this Auburn defense.
They don't, and I think that's why Brown in the first part of the show made a great point. They will throw the deep ball to Dotson, and that's the opportunity for Auburn to pick off these passes. That's where the turnovers will come Auburn's way when they try to throw deep to Dotson.
I mean, Auburn's got athletes in that secondary, and they've got some speed in that secondary. And again, I don't want to disrespect Wisconsin's defense. Wisconsin's consistently got a top 5, top 10 defense in the country. That's a really good defense under Jim Leonard. But I don't know that they've got the secondary speed that Auburn does. And if I'm Penn State, that's what worries me a little bit about Sean Clifford. Is this the fastest secondary he's seen? I mean, is it going to be a little bit in fast forward for Sean Clifford? I don't know. It may not be. He may be able to handle that.
We just talked to Bo. I think the game is going to come down to which quarterback makes less mistakes. Yep. Now, Sean Clifford has got the luxury of playing at home in front of his 100,000+ fans. If Bo doesn't make the mistakes, though, with that defense, with Tank Bigsby, I think they've got a great opportunity to go up there and steal a win.
Part of our show today is being brought to you by our friends at Truckworks. I told you last hour, and I'll tell you again, if you're looking to change the job you're in right now, change your career, Truckworks is the place to do it. 13 great locations all over the great state of Alabama, Mississippi, and the panhandle of Florida, and they've got openings right now. Truckworks is Alabama and Mississippi's premier commercial truck dealer, and they are hiring all experience level, all departments across all locations. Again, 13 locations in Alabama, Mississippi, and the Florida Panhandle. Openings in sales, management, service techs, deliveries, and a whole lot more. To see the open positions, go to Join Our Team, the tab on the website, truckworks.com. Truckworks.com, works with an X, truckworks.com, to join the team and get that new job in sales, management, service techs, deliveries, and a lot more with our friends at Truckworks. Okay, you guys are chatting in there. Pistachio says if Bo gets it going and plays to his potential, this is going to look a lot like the 04 team. That 04 team had an underrated defense, had a really strong run game, and had a quarterback who flipped the script from 2003 and Jason Campbell into a really good 2004. Seems like a stretch from Pistachio, but I see where he's going with that.
Well, look, I can't say that after Alabama State and Akron. Akron's 1-23 their last 24 games. So we will get a gauge on how good this Auburn team is this weekend.
Auburn's schedule, more difficult than you thought to start the season or easier than you thought now that you've seen 2 weeks of football?
Oh, it's more difficult.
I think so. I mean,
nothing yet, but now Penn State looks better than I thought Penn State was going to look.
Agreed.
Obviously, down the road now, Arkansas, Mississippi State, Texas A&M, Alabama, Georgia,
all better.
LSU.
LSU maybe not better, but a lot of those teams are.
But I expect them to get better.
Yeah, they should get better. And then the other one, the other East team they face on the road in Columbia against South Carolina, that looked like an easy win. We remember both struggling there before, and I just feel like watching that sideline and how they gravitate to Shane Beamer, those players like Shane Beamer. And if they can get good quarterback play and Kevin Harris gets healthy, they're going to get better.
Let's see. That game's November 20th. Let's just see what South Carolina has in the tank.
I think right now Auburn wins that game by 14 to 21 points. But I'm just saying, you guys will give me that it seems like
right now, yeah. If that game were tomorrow, it'd be a lot more dangerous.
One of the easiest games left on the schedule, without a doubt, is South Carolina. EVH93, one of our great female listeners. Will it be a whiteout at Penn State? Yes, they announced it back in the summer. This is the whiteout game with game day there in prime time on ABC. Whiteout for them, but that doesn't. The home team still wears their dark jerseys, right? Penn State, they don't wear the white jerseys for the whiteout.
I don't think so.
I don't think they do.
I think they would have to get Auburn's agreement on that, wouldn't they?
If I remember, the whiteout is whiteout for the crowd. Penn State still stays in their normal home games, and for the Auburn Tigers. Wouldn't surprise, man. Throw a little extra color in there. Come out in those orange pants.
All orange?
Come out in the orange pants.
That's
Auburn.
what Tennessee did. Tennessee went all orange. Didn't work, but they went all orange.
Yeah, they do it occasionally. All right. We work our way to LT's Trash, which is coming up in our next segment. If you missed some of the headlines, UAB and Tulane, which were second because of the storm, looked like it was going to be played over at Legion Field. It is not. Tulane announcing today they are going back home soon, and the September 25th UAB-Tulane game will be played on campus down in Tulane. AP Top 25, Alabama, Georgia, Oklahoma. Oregon is 4, Iowa is 5. Did you guys have a problem with Oregon jumping to 4 and Iowa jumping to 5?
No, those are big wins. I mean, Brett brought it up earlier in the show. Who's got 2 better wins right now than Iowa?
Nobody.
Yeah, and Oregon goes on the road. They beat Ohio State, down their best player. I've got no problem with where they sit right now.
I would have had no problem if you put Iowa in front of Oregon. If Iowa had been number 3 behind Alabama and Georgia this week, I would have zero problem with that.
Oklahoma hanging in there after they bounced Western Carolina 76-0 or something like that. Ohio State at 9 is where they dropped from where they were. Is that fair for them? Should they be higher than that? Is that a little disrespectful for Ohio State?
I don't think so. Again, to get gashed like they got gashed at home, I think their defense is a problem.
Penn State's in at 10. Arkansas jumping all the way to 20 from nowhere, and they even jumped over Auburn, but that was considered to be a big name brand win over Texas. A problem with that, Brown?
It is a name brand win. I don't think we're getting name brand Texas, but it's a name brand win. Look, I've got no problem with Arkansas being where they are. Again, that's the thing about the Associated Press rankings or the coaches poll or any ranking like that. It's week 2. If Arkansas is the number 20 team in the nation, we'll know it. Look at their schedule. They got the toughest schedule in America.
That's right.
If they're not, we'll know it, right?
Well, I think Arkansas's schedule is tougher
than
Auburn's, right?
I think so.
Because they play Auburn. Where do they play that game? Whoever's at home in that game makes it.
Well, that game is on the road for Auburn. It's in Fayetteville.
So maybe makes Auburn the toughest schedule then.
Could. I don't know. Arkansas, they both play Georgia and Alabama.
They've got 6 ranked teams left.
Who, Auburn? Auburn does? I think both of them do.
I think Arkansas does too.
In fact, Arkansas, it's an incredible stretch. Once they get finished with Georgia Southern this weekend, which will be a win, they'll be 3-0. They play A&M, at Georgia, at Ole Miss, Auburn. 4 straight ranked teams.
Hello.
But I'm not going to be surprised if they go 2-2.
Well, they could.
Or 3-1.
Or 0-4.
Or 4-4. I think anything's on the table.
All right. LT's Trash is coming up just around the corner as part of our show being brought to you this hour, in fact, by our friends at Champy's Chicken. Listen, I love the place. You should, too, for your tailgate. So we knocked it up again this weekend to enjoy some great food on a Saturday. You can, too. Win your tailgates all season long, whether it's Friday nights or Saturdays, going to the big game, or watching them at home with Champy's world-famous chicken. Fresh to order, worth the wait, and you can dine in or use their call-ahead drive-thru. Champy's is where you can experience Southern staples, perfect for the tailgate. That chicken on the stick, just eat it right off the stick. Don't even need silverware, right? They got the Mississippi Delta homemade tamale recipe that's the best I've ever tasted. See it all online at champyschicken.com. Blues, Brews, and Bird is Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
At AmFirst, you always come first, especially during this summer of freedom. That's why they're offering their very best rates to members right now, so you can hit the road and see it all with an even lower auto loan. And while you're feeling so free, you'll get even more for free from AmFirst, like free gas when you refinance your car, free rewards on checking, and the chance to get more free and giveaways and prizes. AmFirst is making your summer freer than ever because this is your summer, the summer of freedom at AmFirst. For more information, visit them online, amfirst.org/promotions. Available to qualifying members only. Certain restrictions apply. AmFirst is an equal housing lender. NMLS number 403456. Federally insured by the NCUA. No purchase necessary. For complete offer details and rules, call 1-800-633-8431 or visit them online for more information. Go to amfirst.org. Again, go online, amfirst.org. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. As you guys know, the team at Hemphill Services are my go-to guys for all things heating and cooling. Recently, a unit went out in the house. Of course, Hemphill were the guys I called. Always professional, always courteous. Hemphill Services, they've been serving Birmingham since 1954. They're who Birmingham trusts. They're who I trust to do the job right and at a fair price. Hemphill Services, independent train dealer, and they service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. Are you thinking about football season? I know I am in this football season. Are you ready to have the better distance vision? That's right, sitting in the stands, seeing all the plays on the field. LASIK surgery may be right for you. Call Michelson Laser Vision to make a no-cost, no-obligation appointment today. And with their affordable payment plans, you can afford to have it all. Football tickets and LASIK surgery, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. Make that call today. Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Did you know 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer? September is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, and the expert urologists at Urology Centers of Alabama are leading the way in diagnosing and treating men with prostate cancer. Early detection is the key to survival. Guys, if you're over 50, it's time to have your PSA levels checked. It only requires a simple blood test and physical exam. With 13 convenient locations, making an appointment is a no-brainer. Visit UrologyCentersAlabama.com or call 205-930-0920.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round as we continue on. LT's Trash is coming up in just a second. Part of our show today is being brought to you by our great friends at Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. LT gives us a lock every day. May get to that in a little bit later on. You can always get a great plumber with Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Jeremy Purvis and the crew there. Over the weekend, LT gives you the locks at lanceslock.com, gives you other places, but he'll give you a free one here a little bit later on. When you need the best in plumbing, Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing, ironmountainworld.com. Brett is in New Mexico. He is next with us. What is up, Brett? How are you?
Good morning, gentlemen. How are y'all today?
Awesome. Doing great, man.
So, Jim, I'm going to give you a hint so you can figure out where I'm at today.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, this state has a major college football team, and they play their home games at two different stadiums.
Two different stadiums. All right, that's the way they used to.
Two different. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, they
I
usually play at least one home game.
You're in the state of Arkansas. They play in Fayetteville and Little Rock.
That is correct.
Thank you.
A little preview.
So they still play at War Memorial?
I think they do one a year. I think they're trying to phase it out.
Is War Memorial not even worse than Legion Field?
Yeah, I think it's gotten a little political as they've tried to phase it out.
Yeah, but they've done some major updates along the way there. Smaller stadium than Legion Field, about 60,000. What you got for us, Brett, before we get to trash? What's happening with you?
I've just headed up to Richmond. I was blown away by that Arkansas defensive line just manhandling and mauling Texas the way they did, and I was just like, wow.
Yeah, I think the story of the game right there was that. I think you nailed it, Brett. I mean, when you're able to only rush 3 and get the pressure they did against the offensive line of Texas, it's hard to win. It's hard to throw the football and win games when you got 8 guys to cover their receivers.
Yeah, and and they threw up a stat. Sometime during the game I was watching it. That was Sark's worst game as offensive coordinator for Alabama last year when they played Arkansas, but we still beat the brakes off of them.
That's true.
Again, Brett, Sark doesn't have. I mean, the personnel is just not there yet.
Oh yeah, I get that, but I turned it off when they were down 40-something to 7. I was like, well, this game was way over. So,
Well, I'll tell you, Brett Bielema said it best when in 2014 when the Hogs beat the Horns. He said it was borderline erotic. I wonder how Sam Pittman felt after the game.
I bet he had a nice meal.
Well, I don't know, Jim. You might have thought it that way, the way you were looking on the YouTube there.
I was excited for the Arkansas win.
Yeah, but again, I think you were torn. I mean, this is like bittersweet for you because you like Sark so much.
I do like Sark, but I'm an SEC guy. Yeah.
Well, he's about to be an SEC guy, and I think that's probably gonna be the norm for Sark in Texas.
Yeah, there's nothing, Brett. I appreciate the phone call. There is nothing I like about new teams coming in, and it's easy. Like it was too easy for Missouri to get to Atlanta early on. I felt I did not like that Missouri came into the league and easily danced to Atlanta in back-to-back years.
Yeah, and by the way, we haven't talked enough about that game or at all. That was one of the top 3 or 4 games of the weekend.
All right, we'll get to it, man. A lot of show to get to, but right now it is time for Trash with LT. It's brought to you by Mortgage Right.
Hey, if you're got that.
That's a double-edged sword, It's kind of like watching your mother-in-law go off a cliff in a Cadillac. You got mixed feelings.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, and if you're sick of leasing your life away, Mortgage Right, they've got the cure. With locations nationwide, our friends at Mortgage Right are dedicated to making the home buying process easy. They are eager to offer tips, tools, and a staff of industry professionals to move you in with confidence. If you're ready to let go of the leasing life and start living life, Mortgage Right can help. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Now, you guys know there was some big news about Free Britney over the last couple of weeks, right?
Yeah, it was a very confusing headline, though, yesterday.
Conservatorship is gone.
All right.
Guess what happens right after that?
She has to pay legal fees.
I saw it, and this is maybe something her dad was standing in the way of.
She got engaged. Britney Spears and Sam Asghari are now engaged. A couple announced yesterday. Asghari said, quote, "Do you like it?" as Spears flashed her diamond-clad hand in a short Instagram video caption, "I can't effing believe it." Now, the pair, aged 39 and he's 27, going up in the world, respectively, have been dating for over 4 years after meeting on the set of Spears' Slumber Party music video in 2016. Do you guys read anything to the fact now she's got her own money, this guy finally wants to get engaged?
Yeah. I think now's the time.
I think that's what the dad, this screams that the dad was trying to protect her from giving her money away. I'd like to see if there's a prenup here.
I don't see anything about the prenup at all. Now, if she's smart, I mean, if anybody's advising her, she's got to get a prenup.
I mean, how much do you think she's got left?
Oh, I bet she's still worth. I mean, she was probably keeping half of it.
I mean, they play. What is it? Toxic? Is that the board? Is that the? Yeah, the Toxic song is one of the better songs that I play from Britney. I think that's my favorite Britney song. That is on my Spotify, so every time I play that, she gets a little something.
I thought you were a womanizer guy.
I don't mind womanizer, but don't get lost in that story. Is that she met him on the set of the video in 2016. He's 27. That would have made 34-year-old Britney Spears 22-year-old dude.
Yeah. 200 million is what the Google search says her net worth is. Well, that was 2012.
Well, you think about
We're
like
gonna
right
need to
now
adjust that.
how her fans were behind her to get this split from her dad, and the whole Free Britney movement. If she wanted to go on another tour, I mean, how many people would go out to see her? I mean, she can print money.
Oh yeah,
70 million is what I got. 70 million.
Anytime she wants to go on tour or do what is it called when you go to Vegas, Rockstar?
Residency.
Yeah, she's done that before though, hasn't she?
Did it for a long time.
Yeah, kills it out there.
That was my first insight, talking to a couple of guys that work in the industry out there, talking about how she has some serious issues. And I guess it goes back to the roots of what her father was doing. This was years ago. Speaking of relationships, though, how about this one? A woman drew up a lengthy relationship contract with her boyfriend just 2 weeks after they met on Tinder, outlining the terms and conditions for dating her. Annie Wright demanded he pay for date nights and buy her flowers twice a month. The girlfriend also wanted her man in shape and wrote into the agreement that working out 5 times a week was non-negotiable.
5 times.
I'll be counting.
5.
Now, she first met Michael Head on Tinder in October of last year. They quickly
Do you think that's
became
the reason
exclusive.
she swiped so quickly? She saw the name. She didn't even see the picture. Oh, I like him.
Determined to make the relationship work after having her boundaries crossed in a previous toxic relationship, 21-year-old Annie joked they should write down what they wanted from each other. Now, law student Michael agreed and it ended up becoming official, and the 17-page contract was drawn up. Now, shortly after, risk management and insurance student Annie and Michael, 23, sat down, read out their own terms, including asking for a, quote, romantic gesture once every 2 weeks and working out at least 5 times a week alone. Other clauses including no silent treatment and him paying for date nights.
No silent treatment. You give me the silent treatment.
You signed the contract, buddy.
You signed the contract. Say something. Say something.
Now, Annie credits the lengthy contract as the key to their relationship's success and even suggested they might give each other a yearly review when they celebrate their 1-year anniversary next month.
If you will please sit right here. It's time for your review.
You struggled in the first quarter.
I bet she's in HR. That's what she does for a living. She's an HR professional.
She's a ball buster, there's no doubt. But I do think it is good if you are getting into one of these relationships to lay down what each person wants, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think honest conversation before you get married is very important.
Don't necessarily have to put it in contract.
Yeah, that does seem a bit over the top.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need to write down necessarily your love languages, right?
But you should be able to show those.
You should be able to figure them out and show them, exactly.
So Lil Uzi was the one that had the diamond encrusted in the forehead. Now we've got rapper Dan Sur has got gold chains hanging from his hooks surgically implanted into his head.
See, I think that's a good idea.
The reggae rapper and producer has been showing off his bizarre new headpiece to his near 2 million followers on social media. Do you have this, Rocky?
He's getting it.
MTO News reports the artist installed loads of hooks all over his head so that he could attach the chains. Apparently, he wanted to look like he had come straight out of a jewelry store, according to the story.
Oh, my. Wow.
You know, the crazy thing is...
He doesn't look like he's come straight out of a jewelry store.
There are women that will sleep with him.
Yeah, how heavy is his head, might you think?
But here's the deal: is that Dan Sur, when you're if you guys are like going to the beach together or something,
He got some gold bars on that shoulder too, doesn't he?
If you don't have
And that neck.
if you don't have an extra bed for Dan Sur to sleep in, you can just hang him up in the closet, just right on the hooks there.
He does look like a chandelier. My goodness, that's crazy. That's his hair?
He goes on to say, "This is my hair," quote, first rapper to have gold hair implanted in a human history. Probably the last two, my friend.
I think so.
I mean, we're going to take his word on that. It seems like something Cleopatra and them would have done back in the day, too.
Weirdly,
I have photographic evidence, Dunaway.
Yeah, weirdly, I was thinking of Cleopatra, but I think the reason you're thinking of her is she had that little headpiece she wore that appeared to be gold. Yeah,
I know.
I bet she had normal hair under there.
She had like close cropped hair. That's why she wore that.
Was Cleopatra good looking?
She was in the HBO series.
Yeah,
Rome.
but I think
Liz Taylor played her.
I know she did, but I think I saw something where they've got this guy that has done these what people look like back then.
Yeah, but I think everybody was banged up back then.
Well, I know, it's all about legend. You wouldn't have like this girl.
Right.
It's all about good press.
But I think I remember them doing that, and they're like, "Yeah, Cleopatra, not so much." Yeah, wasn't a real looker.
We're never going to know.
She wouldn't be on the cover of Maxim.
Yeah.
Chris says, sadly for that dude, the value of gold just dropped today.
How much is his
What's
head
crazy is you looked at his grill, he had no gold on the grill.
Yeah.
Oh, because that's unattractive, Lance.
Come on,
That's
LT.
going too far.
You don't want to hide the great dental record.
Okay, bitter divorce battle in Russia has led to cryogenically frozen bodies being seized and an extraordinary daytime raid. Now, staff of a company set up by Valerie Udolova, 59, grabbed the remains of people, including from Britain and the U.S., who paid thousands of pounds hoping to be brought back to life when science advances to allow this. Now, she and her team raided the company run by her ex-husband near Moscow, which is home to Russia's leading cryo storage facility. Now, they drained liquid nitrogen from giant tanks containing frozen bodies and grabbed these and some detached human brains and loaded them on trucks. Police were called and intercepted the cargo of human remains preserved by the, quote, Frankenstein technology, offering humans the chance to come back to life in the future.
So you think you paid your last bill? If you want your body back,
God, that's so intimidating.
I didn't know this many people did this.
55
rubles.
Yes.
Walt
down
Disney.
at the Kegerator.
Walt Disney, right?
Yeah, Disney on Ice.
Ted Williams.
Austin Powers.
Who else has
You
done
remember
this?
when Austin Powers, when they defrosted him, they brought him out of, and he had to go use the bathroom. That was the first thing he had to do was go pee.
Extraordinary chest hair.
Yes.
This one out of Salt Lake City. Megan Randolph is mad and devastated. In her own words, her confidence has been, quote, rocked. Randolph, she's a model from Lake
She had
Utah,
Ohio State at home.
is the victim of a scam. But the scam artist wasn't after her money so much as her dignity and her hair. A lot of hair and trash.
And there is a lot.
Now, it started with a text message from a stranger, and Randolph told KUTV she doesn't give her phone number out to strangers. But this one already knew her name, and, quote, Ashley said she had been referred to her. Before the conversation was over, Randolph had been convinced to shave her head down to the skin and her eyebrows in exchange for a couple of $1,000.
Would
Now-
you have done it for $2,000? You did it for free that way. She do it for $2,000.
Just somebody texting and calling me right off the bat.
Yeah, I'd
no,
do that in a
absolutely.
heartbeat, yeah.
I mean, absolutely. I mean,
Now, the money never came, and the
Oh,
person
what?
misrepresenting herself as an agent of Redken Beauty and Care hair products vanished along with the phone number and is now out of service.
So odd.
yeah.
All Randolph has to show for her troubles are photos and videos of the self-haircut process. She went on to say, quote, I'm a little devastated, but it is just hair. It will grow back. I wasn't scammed out of anything, but it's malicious. It's 100% cruel. She
Yeah,
went on to say.
but why would you do it? I mean, it's people like her and why that during game day in the mornings on Saturday, I get texted from not AT&T, but ATT. I get texted not from Venmo spelled correctly, but Venmo spelled incorrectly, and one other one that says I have won prizes and to click this link to see what I've won. It's people like her is why I get so many scam
You're right.
attempts.
There's a dummy out there.
There really is. I always want to text them back and say, do people really fall for this one?
Yeah.
But I just delete it.
It's like, thanks for paying your ATT bill.
Yeah.
So first of all, you left out the and I don't pay the bills. My wife does. So I didn't pay it. So how can I win?
The one I got this morning, if I haven't
You
already.
have a $500 gift certificate to Walmart.
No, I get one that's from the DMV that I've got a refund coming from. This is DMV is what it says.
Yeah.
You guys know what CBS needs?
CBS, the TV
Yeah.
people?
Well, they get me back this Saturday pre and post game after the SEC on CBS.
Well, then
What's
crumble that up
Walk-On's
the
going to do?
We may be live from Walk-Ons.
CBS's newest competition reality series, The Activist, is already getting a lot of heat.
Oh, my gosh.
Backlash on social media before it even premiered. Now, according to Deadline, quote, The Activist is a competition series that features 6 inspiring activists teamed with 3 high-profile public figures, working together to bring meaningful change to one of 3 vitally important world causes: health, education, environment.
Oh, that's
now,
good.
Usher,
I thought it was going to be like a game show. Like,
Priyanka Chopra.
Activist.
Tonight's
Activate.
challenge, we occupy Portland.
and Julianne Hough are set to co-host the Global Citizen-produced series. Competitors will face off in challenges to promote their causes, and their success must be measured using social media engagement and host judgment. The 3 teams' main goal is to create effective movements that amplify their message, drive action, and advance them to the G20 summit in Rome, Italy, according to Deadline. This is awful.
Awful. 2 episodes.
Awful.
That's what that means, 2 episodes.
And that is Trash Today with LT, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
It is the American dream to buy your own home, and Mortgage Right wants to make that dream a reality. With branches across the country, Mortgage Right has all of the resources of a nationwide organization while maintaining the charm of a local lender. Mortgage Right makes home buying simple. If you're looking for a quick and caring mortgage experience, Mortgage Right is your go-to lender. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today to get started. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Okay, interesting stat in just a second. But first, let me tell you about my friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Storm Restoration Roofing is where my buddy Greg Nelson works. Greg from Pell City. Listen, A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for a new roof or you think you may have a roof problem, Storm Restoration Roofing and Greg Nelson's the names I want you to remember, because the Better Business Bureau will tell you can't do better. Locally owned for over 20 years. The best warranty, at least I think so, the best warranty in the industry. And insurance companies love Greg and the guys at Storm Restoration Roofing. That means they'll work with Greg and them to make sure your insurance is paying as much or all of it as they can. And if you haven't had your roof inspected in the last few years, especially after the recent storms, Greg Nelson wants you to get a free, no-cost inspection, absolutely free. 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531. You call that number, you get a free, no-cost inspection. You can also find Greg on Facebook. Just look for Greg from Pell City on Facebook. Reach out to him and set up that free, no-cost inspection with Storm Restoration Roofing. Longest win streak in America, obviously Alabama right now.
Mm-hmm.
After that, I believe it's Texas A&M.
It is.
And then after that, and at least in the Power 5.
Might be Penn State.
I thought it was Iowa. Is it Penn State?
Oh, yeah, it is Iowa.
Iowa's won, I think, eight straight now.
Penn State's won 7 straight.
8 straight from Iowa. And they've got it going pretty good right now. Iowa as a playoff contender, can you see it?
Yeah. Oh, they're 100% as a contender right now, yeah. Until somebody beats them. Undefeated Big Ten team. I mean, I don't think they're going to
got to get better at quarterback.
I agree.
Though.
I agree, but you can't not call them a contender right now.
Look, they're opportunistic defense. I mean, if they can turn you over like they turned Iowa State over, I do think it was in Iowa State's head.
I do too. I think that game's too big for them.
Yeah.
I think it has become, and it was an amazing moment in game day when Corso had the trophy up there, and he said, "This is the Cy-Hawk trophy. I wanted to bring it up here so Iowa State fans could see it."
Yeah.
Did he pick Iowa?
And then he put the Iowa.
They put the Iowa hat on. Yeah.
Worked out great. All right. When we come back, more college football in the Nick Saban News Conference at the top of the hour on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. Are you thinking about football season? I know I am in this football season. Are you ready to have the better distance vision? That's right, sitting in the stands, seeing all the plays on the field. LASIK surgery may be right for you. Call Michelson Laser Vision to make a no-cost, no-obligation appointment today. And with their affordable payment plans, you can afford to have it all. Football tickets and LASIK surgery, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. Make that call today. Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100. Let's face it, we all have a favorite something. This is LT talking about my favorite men's store, Shea's in downtown Homewood. Why do I like this store so much? And what makes Shea's so unique? Well, to start, they have been in business since 1922. Yes, 1922. And they offer an eclectic mix of menswear brands from classic to contemporary, such names as Xenia, Canali, Peter Millar, and many more. They have an in-house alteration personnel who understands that fit is key. And Shea's gets it right. Whether they're fitting a suit, shirt, or jeans, They offer unbeatable service with a sales staff that truly understands the products and how they fit your individual lifestyle in any occasion. Whether it's your work, leisure time with friends, or a formal event like a wedding, stop by Shea's and see if you don't agree. This store is simply the best. That is Shea's in historic downtown Homewood, where you will feel at home when you arrive and well-dressed when you leave. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
The Double Down Media Podcast family is live, including the Mystery Fifth Hour, a chance for the Next Round host to talk everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, the weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours of bourbon in the world. And the Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. Lance Taylor takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Ship happens. Give us a call to get ship started. Call Griffin and Jeff today, 205-605-8101. You can always go online. Go to getshipstarted.com.
Ship happens to get ship done. Don't ever have an accident. Ship yourself. Don't ever have an accident. Ship yourself.
Go to getshipstarted.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
69 Train on the chat room over there. Nice. Says, are the beer taps working? LT, are the beer taps working?
They are, yeah.
Which did you pull from? Bud Light
Bud
or
Light.
the Mick Ultra?
I went Bud Light.
Yeah. I thought we were getting Stella on the other one. I'm happy with the Mick Ultra. I'm very fired up about it. Let me finish my sentence.
Okay.
I'm very happy with the Mick Ultra because I needed the lower calorie choice there.
There you go.
Okay, so right now it's temporary. Big Dave told me that we're going to have Bud Light, which will be it'll be a permanent residence,
constant. Yep.
And then Ultra, when it runs out, they have ordered a Stella keg.
Yeah,
so
it came with one of the Stella. What are those things called? The
tap handle.
Tap handle. The Stella tap handle came with it.
Yeah, and so they're basically pony kegs, so they're half kegs. And so those will get you about 42 pulls a piece. So 42 16-ounce pulls a piece.
So early next week we'll have Stella.
So if I'm the only one drinking the Mick Ultra up here, because you don't seem like a Mick Ultra guy.
No, but that's less than 2 cases.
Yeah, but I drink like 3 beers a week. Right?
You've drank 3 beers a week on this show since we started.
And that's it. I'm tapping out. This is what I do.
I don't know. To hear that behind, it's going to be really difficult just to not every now and then just get a pull like I just did.
You can hear
what you want.
No, I can.
Oh, my God.
It's like a hummingbird.
They've got a bet going on behind the glass. I see Brown go back there, take everybody's money when I complain about the noise.
Yeah. Rockstar, can you hear it? No joke.
No, I can't.
Okay.
Okay.
Then that's all I care about.
That's all Jim cares about.
That's all I care about.
Well, it takes one tweet, though.
Is the customer.
One tweet. Yeah. One person saying it.
I'm excited that, so nobody can see our Lego chair. I know you guys sent a picture of that out Friday after Business Interiors brought that up. Thank you very much, Richie. We'll give you more information on those guys in the next couple of weeks, but really excited about that. But this studio has come together nicely.
It really has.
That is the final piece.
The piece
that
really
works. Yes.
Oh, are you happy with the location we put
I think the location looks really good because when we've got a lot of guests that come up and walk through here with the glass back here, and I just think that clean look and having not only the Bud Light and the Ultra logos, but having our logo, the Next Round, on there is really cool.
Yeah. I wish we could get a camera shot of just how good it looks over there. Maybe we'll get a separate camera just to give us the keg cam.
The keg cam?
Just go keg cam.
Rockstar cam, keg cam, guest cam.
See, Jay's making it up now. Sounds like LT's dating neighbors with a leaf blower going in the background constantly.
Hey, it was rolling this weekend, I will tell you that.
Was it really?
Again, already?
The leaves aren't falling yet.
I did notice this weekend, like just walking around the pool, there wasn't a lot of leaves falling. Like a couple of weeks ago, there was a lot of leaves fell. So it'll be any day now that they'll just they continuously fall for like 2 or 3 weeks, and yeah, he'll be out there.
Jay Price, the guest couch is over there. That camera is going to be set up soon, and we'll start having guests over on our Lego chair, and we'll be able to show that. Maybe we show you in the commercial break. Maybe we'll do something and send it out for all you guys who are on right now at Next Round Live. A mobile cam. We thought about that at one point. Forrester has so many jobs. I'd hate for him to have to carry a camera around, but why not?
Murphy says, "What about a urinal in the corner?"
Be nice.
Hey, we
sure
like
that.
Great.
Hey. Don't think Jim didn't ask for that. He's the oldest one up here. The 47 steps he has to take to get to the bathroom.
I think Brown goes more than any of us.
It's the craziest thing. It's like every first break. I can go before the show. It doesn't matter. We get to the first break, I got to go again. I don't know why.
All right, we've got a poll question that's out there thanks to our friends at Cowan Equipment. Brown will update us on the poll question after LT tells us about Cowan.
Yes, Cowan Equipment, our friends there are proud to partner with the Next Round on our new venture. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us at cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. For more information, go online. Go to cowan.com.
Who is on the hottest seat today? Clay Helton. 44% of you say it is him. 36% say Mike Norvell. 20% say Ed Orgeron. Orgeron, 1 week ago today, would probably have the lead in this.
Ed Orgeron is very happy for what happened at the Coliseum and at the Doak over the weekend. It took a lot of heat off him.
I actually forgot LSU was playing this past weekend.
Well, he played his son.
Yeah.
Played against his son.
I know it was McNeese, but that's just kind of after losing and how they lost to UCLA, they were just out of sight, out of mind.
Out of sight, out of mind. Florida State gets upset by Jack State. USC is the answer here because Mike Bone and the AD out there, they poured a lot of money in, and you have a lot of high-profile USC alums and the LA Times calling for a change and to happen earlier rather than later. So it's a bad situation. The crowd booed at the Coliseum early and often.
Yeah, it was a bad night. I mean, there was just nothing good about that night, Lance.
I thought there was no way that USC wasn't going to be 5-0 before they played Utah. I said before the season when we did our 40 and 40, I had them at number 25. I thought they were overrated. I didn't think there was any chance that they could make a run to a college football playoff. Now, you've got a tricky game at Washington State. Washington State is no good under Rolovich, but you're only at 8-point favorite, a 2:30 Fox. I mean, how disgusting is that game for Fox, by the way?
Very.
They're upset about that now. A lot of TV schedules got disrupted with some of these upsets. We'll hear about Alabama's big game, though. SEC play starts down at the Coliseum. We'll hear from Nick Saban. Haynes King is out until mid-October, according to reports, the Texas A&M quarterback. But for the Tide and the Gators, Will Anderson is the focal point of the injury reserve list, and we'll talk to Nick Saban about that next on the Next Round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
The season for golf is far from over. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Make sure you take advantage of the great weather heading our way at Ballantrae Golf Club. 620-GOLF, 620-4653. It's also never too late to fix your game. The Thompson School of Golf is based there at Ballantrae. They can help you as well. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653. 18 championship holes of golf at Ballantrae, always in fantastic shape. And it is so easy to get to. They treat you like family there at Ballantrae. Take it from me. I love the game. 620-GOLF, 620-4653.
ERA King real estate agents are out there every day working hard to make home buying easy. I'm Jim Dunaway, and I know firsthand ERA King's commitment is to support them with the most innovative training and technology available. So even though home values may change, ERA King agents stay priceless. Text the word MOVE to 35260. That's 35260 to get started. ERA King, working hard to make home buying easy.
Takeuchi is a world leader in innovation for compact mini excavators, track loaders, and skid steers, and they continue to dominate the market today in design, capability, and power. With so many attachment possibilities ranging from milling heads to heavy-duty brush grapples to landscape buckets, versatility is unmatched. Contact Cowan Equipment today to experience this firsthand on your job site. From short and long-term rental options, flexible rent-to-own, or straight purchase options, parts in stock and service you can depend on, let Cowan show you what it means to have a trusted partner who will keep you ahead of the game. Give them a call today, 1-800-239-2694, or visit them online. Go to Cowan.com. Again, where you can always expect extra effort when it comes to your heavy equipment needs, call our friends at Cowan, the name you have trusted for decades. That phone number, 1-800-239-2694, or visit them online, Cowan.com.
Football season is here, and Lance's favorite pastime is making your man pay. LancesLock.com is how we do it. College football, NFL, Major League Baseball, basketball, and more. We've had the site since 2015, and we've been winning for you ever since. It's the best value you'll find in sports handicapping, only $90 per month, and you get every lock, every league, every day. No complicated or ridiculously expensive packages. If you want your man paying you this year, get on board with all of us at LancesLock.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
All right, guys, I don't know about you, but there is one game I don't ever want to be out of. And that's why I'm glad we have the Alabama Men's Clinic right here in Birmingham. They have treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. There are many different causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. The Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. You can set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. I know what you're thinking. A lot of guys actually just take a pill, but sometimes that pill doesn't work, or it can give you unwanted side effects. Let the pros come up with your game plan. There's no need to wait. Depression, anxiety, a new connection with that special person in your life. It could be all just one important play away. Call 205-598-7000 or get back in the action at alabamamensclinic.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We'll hear from Alabama coach Nick Saban. Florida Week SEC play starts in a moment. It's brought to you this hour by our friends at Hamburger Heaven.
Since 1982, Hamburger Heaven serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, french fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients fresh, prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-patted each and every day for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, Homewood. We just got a delivery of Hamburger Heaven. Excited about that.
Yeah, we're about to have a little lunch. The next round always presented by our friends at Bud Light with the Kegerator fired up over there in the corner in the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studio. We'll hear from the Alabama coach in a second, but you wanted to update us on Haynes King, the Texas A&M quarterback injury.
Yeah, Matt Zenitz on 3 Sports says mid-October. Now, the key game, I think, in this discussion is October 9th in College Station against Alabama. I don't consider that mid-October, but I understand also Matt Zenitz reports it from his sources mid-October because you don't have a specific date. I think it sounds very unlikely that Haynes King would face Alabama for Texas A&M.
Haynes King wasn't really, burning down the house.
No,
he wasn't
he was
playing
not.
Fantastic football either. Calzada showed some upside. They didn't score a lot of points, but they should have had one more touchdown. He fumbled going into the end zone. He threw the ball pretty well.
Yeah, and it was Brock, our boy Brock doing color, right?
Yeah, Brock Heward, yeah.
And he talked about, some of the throws that he made in the second half, they were pinpoint accurate. Now, when you look at the entirety of the day, 18 of 38, 183 and a touchdown, 8 of the first 9 drives, 3 and out for A&M. A&M's biggest problem right now is that offensive line.
Yep.
It really is. It's a problem.
So Texas A&M, by the time Alabama gets there, we'll see what they are. It is Florida this week. Anthony Richardson, who came in for Emory Jones, who has 4 interceptions, by the way, 4 interceptions in 2 games. Anthony Richardson comes in. He throws for 152. He runs for 115. But that last long touchdown run, the 6'4", 240 athlete, pulls up limping as he goes into the end zone, grabbing the back of, I believe it was his right hamstring. So that is something to watch from Gainesville this week. And, of course, for Alabama, Will Anderson's injury is significant when it comes to the impact it has on Alabama, especially when you've already lost Chris Allen. Was not a clean game for Alabama, especially with the penalties, and the offense wasn't spectacular right out of the gate. This Alabama team, you got the feeling last week Nick Saban was setting the table, expecting this to happen in this game.
Now, let me just say, though, I think this is what Saban loves. The man loves teachable moments. This is a teachable moment that occurred without you risking a loss. So I think what this is going to lead to is the cleanest, best-looking performance you've seen from Alabama in a while.
Well, boy, I tell you, if you get a better performance than what you got against Miami,
I think you will, Lance.
Well, this will be a 35-point game if you get that. The negatives, the 9 penalties for 95 yards, only 7 yards on the first 2 drives, and then obviously the biggest negative, the Will Anderson, the question mark, what's the future? I'm sure that probably will be the first thing he addresses. Would you guys agree with that?
You would think, yeah.
JoJo Earl is a guy they started work in and returned some kicks later when they saw that they were going to kick the ball to him. Alabama's still looking for that number 3 receiver. Here's Nick Saban at the podium in Tuscaloosa, brought to you by Hamburger Heaven. Let's listen in.
Coach started with an opening statement. We used the raise your hand function for questions. Coach, go ahead.
Well, I think in reviewing the last game, I think there's, a lot to learn from the last game. I think the number one thing is, when we did things correctly, when we executed fundamentally, when we played with good discipline, we had really good success. And that was a little bit too inconsistent in terms of us being able to stack positive performance, play in and play out, in the game. Made a couple of mistakes on defense and gave a couple big plays up that led to their scores. And offensively, we made a lot of good plays, but we also had, too many plays that, were not executed exactly like we wanted. And the result was not always positive. I thought we made some plays in the kicking game, which, blocking a punt, scoring a touchdown, had some positive returns, and especially in punt returns. So there's a lot of good things, in the game. But I think consistency and performance is really what we need to work on in terms of maintaining intensity, staying focused, playing with more discipline, eliminating penalties and poor, full speed decisions that, are resulting, in penalties. So, you have the players of the week. Obviously this is the SEC opener for us against a very good, top 10 Florida team who we have a tremendous amount of respect for. Obviously looking forward to that challenge, playing on the road, in a difficult place to play. But from an injury standpoint, Will Anderson has been very encouraging. I'd probably take a day off today. Is kind of day to day, but we feel a little more encouraged than maybe after the game. So we'll just see how, he progresses through the course of the week. Dan Mullen has done an outstanding job wherever he's been the coach. He did a great job at Mississippi State. Obviously they won the SEC East last year. Excellent coach, does a great job of utilizing the personnel that he has some really talented guys on offense, really good running backs. Both quarterbacks using the 2-quarterback system are very capable passers, as well as making plays with their feet, whether it's quarterback runs, play action passes, whatever. And they have, they just got good players. Our offensive line is, improved, and better this year, playing better in my opinion. That's why they're like second in the nation in rushing, which is going to be a real challenge for us. And then not allowing big plays when you're trying to stop the run. Defensively, Todd always presents challenges. He's really good defensive coordinator. They've got good players. They play hard. They play together. So we're going to have to do a good job of executing, offensively as well. They've always got great team speed, so their special teams are good. They have good specialists. I think their punter is one of the top guys in the country. So all around, this is a very good team. It'll be a very challenging game for us. And, so we need to have great focus this week and great preparation.
We'll start with Mike Rodak. Mike, go ahead.
Just how would you evaluate the running back position so far this season, especially some of the younger guys behind Brian?
I think they've done well. I think that, we missed a couple reads, in the game. We could have had much more positive plays, cut some things back that we shouldn't have, didn't hit it downhill when we should have. But I think these are the things that I'm talking about that are good learning experiences for these guys. But, Jace played really well in the game, and, Trey and Roy Dale are both getting more and more experience. So I'm kind of pleased with the way those guys are coming along.
We'll go to Cecil.
Coach, mine is two parts. First, they've used two quarterbacks, and you prepare differently for each one in terms of their skill set. And second, you had two players out in the secondary, Job and Armour Davis. Just wanted to know that.
Yeah. First of all, they do have a two quarterback system. I don't think you prepare differently. Both guys have ability to make plays passing, and they run the same sort of quarterback runs with both guys, and both guys are very talented in both areas. So, when the quarterback can run and they run quarterback runs, it's almost like playing against Wildcats. So they've got an extra blocker, but they also have the ability to make big plays in the passing game, which they made. And been pretty efficient in the passing game. So it's more challenging when you play against, guys, and both guys are very efficient, effective passers as well as runners. Yeah, both guys are expected to practice today. We'll kind of see, where they are at practice and how they develop through the course of the week.
Aaron Suttles, go ahead.
Throughout fall camp, there was a competition there on the offensive line at center. How do you sort of evaluate how Darian has played, and how's Chris done at right tackle?
I think both guys have done fairly well. And, we just got to focus on improvement and development of more depth, in the offensive line, which we tried to get a few guys in the game last game to try to get them some experience. But I think both guys have played well. I think both guys will probably tell you that there's things that they could do better. And I think both are probably focused on, trying to get those things corrected so they can play better.
Go to John Zener with the AP.
Yeah, Coach, could you kind of evaluate how your defense has performed the last couple games? I know there's some things to clean up, but just how it's played so far.
Well, I think at times, if you look at how we played in the first half, I guess we've given up 3 points in 2 games in the first half, and, given up 14 and 10 in the second half. So I think we have to sustain consistency in performance. We gave up the 61-yard touchdown in the last game, which was kind of a coverage error on a couple guys' part, and we had a total bust when the twos were in there that gave them another touchdown. But I think at times we've played really, really well. I just think it's the same song, consistency and performance. Can you play for 60 minutes in a game? Can you sustain your performance for 60 minutes in a game? And so that's kind of what we're focused on and what we're trying to get our players to do.
Go to Charlie Potter.
Hey, Coach, you talked about playing in a hostile environment. When you have a quarterback that's making his first road start, just what advice do you give him to help him play better?
Well, I think we got a little taste of that playing in Atlanta, even though it wasn't the crowd noise probably there that we'll have this week. Just got to play with poise. And that's one thing that Bryce has done in both games is he's been able to keep his poise. He's able to stay focused on doing things that we need to do. But I think it's the entire offense that has to be able to keep their poise in these situations, whether it's silent snap count or whatever we have to do to be able to operate. I think we have to do it as a unit. And I think it starts with the quarterback, but he has shown really good poise so far this year.
We'll go to Michael Casagrande.
Yeah, in general, you've talked in the past about the progress between week 1 and week 2. After you watched the film of Bryce, what did you see in terms of the progress, the little things that he did?
Well, I think Bryce has played well in both games. I don't, like I keep saying this, how did the players around him play? And that's what I think we need to continue to improve on, the overall timing in the passing game, efficiency in runs and RPOs and the things that, we try to tie together in our offense. I think it's the entire unit that has to grow and develop. And, we're making progress. We're not probably there yet, but we're making progress. But I think, Bryce played well in the first game, and I thought he played well Saturday.
Go to Nick Kelly in Tuscaloosa.
You mentioned facing Dan Mullen offenses several times over the years. How have you seen the way that he runs an offense change, if at all, over that span?
Well, it changes relative to the personnel that he has. I think that's what he does, really, really well. They obviously didn't run a whole lot of quarterback runs last year. With the quarterback that they had, he was a really good passer. They had really good skill guys, and they were a great passing team. This year, they're still a really good passing team, but they have the added element of quarterback runs, which when he was at Mississippi State, was sort of the same, kind of, what players do I have? What can they do? And I'm going to make sure these guys are doing the things that they do well. And I think that's what makes him a great offensive coach is he does a great job of utilizing the personnel that he has, getting the ball to playmakers. And if the quarterback has running ability, they'll use them in the running game as well.
We'll go to Matt Marshall with the Orlando Sentinel.
Nick, this is the first time you guys get a chance to go to Gainesville in a while. Is this some opportunity for you guys to play a team that you don't normally see all the time in the regular season? And would you like to see more of these kind of matchups as well?
Well, we did play them in the SEC championship game last year, and obviously, they had an outstanding team. So, look, I don't want to get into the whole scheduling thing, but we played 10 SEC games last year. I thought it was great for fans. I thought it was great for the matchups. I've always been one that advocated playing more SEC games in the regular season so that every player in every program would have the opportunity to play every team in the SEC. So, to answer your question, yeah.
Okay, we'll go to Tony Tsoukalas.
What allows Bryce to perform so well when he's under pressure, when he's pressured by the defense? Just what have you seen allows him to do so well in that situation?
Well, I first of all, I think that, he's got a really good feel in the pocket of moving in the pocket and sort of, moving away from the rush, stepping up when he needs to step up. He's very quick feet. Got a quick release. He gets his feet back underneath him so that he's throwing the ball on balance and accurately. And then, he's a very bright guy, so he really understands how the other team is trying to pressure and tries to protect himself with the plan that we, try to put together as coaches so we can protect them. And but you got to be able to implement it in the game based on, what you're seeing. And, he's done a really good job of that to this point.
Okay, and Coach, we got time for one more. We'll finish up with Steven.
Coach, just what's your assessment on the backup quarterback job, and is there a defined number 2 guy behind Bryce right now?
Well, I think that we're trying to get both guys experience because I think that both guys have ability to do certain things. And, maybe if something happened to Bryce, would maybe use both guys' skill set, to help us at that position. So I know that doesn't necessarily answer your question, but right now Paul is the second guy, and Jalen is a developmental guy, but doing things that he does well is the best way I guess I could answer that.
All right, Coach. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
That's the Nick Saban News Conference brought to you by our friends at Hamburger Heaven. The newsworthiness out of that, Will Anderson, more encouraged after the procedure than after the game. He is likely not practicing today, but they list him at day-to-day. Aaron Suttles of the Double Down Media podcast family asked about Job and Armour Davis. Both of those guys are expected to practice today, so actually pretty good news from Alabama on the injury standpoint. We'll talk more about that, the injuries at Texas A&M and the UAB Georgia game coming up after in our next segment, part of the show today being brought to you by a great giveaway with our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yeah, if you're looking to score some free tickets to watch your favorite college football team play this year, don't miss your chance to enter Mortgage Right's college football big ticket giveaway. Mortgage Right will help one lucky winner land 2 tickets to any regular season college football home game of the nation. For your chance to win, all you do is this. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. That's for the next round, mortgageright.com/TNR. Submit a mortgage application. Any application filled out during the month of September will be automatically entered into the contest. The lucky winner will be drawn October 1st. So if you want that winner to be you, be sure to visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Start your application today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Much more when we come back on the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Take a second to listen to me. Do you have problems sleeping? Is your energy down? Your workouts not the same? Is your libido down? Your problem could be as simple as low testosterone. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution. You can come in, get a medical consultation and blood work. If medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website alabamamensclinic.com. Another side effect could be depression, and most men wait a year or longer before ever getting tested. The goal line to better sleep, more energy, a rekindled love life, and more may be as simple as getting your low T checkup at Alabama Men's Clinic. Located in Birmingham to serve you. The number again, 205-598-7000 or one click at alabamamensclinic.com. That's alabamamensclinic.com. At AmFirst, you always come first, especially during the Summer of Freedom. That's why they're offering their very best rates to members right now, so you can hit the road and see it all with an even lower auto loan. And while you're feeling so free, you'll get even more for free from AmFirst, like free gas when you refinance your car, free rewards on checking, and the chance to get more free in giveaways and prizes. AmFirst is making your summer freer than ever because this is your summer, the Summer of Freedom at AmFirst. For more information, visit amfirst.org/promotions. That's amfirst.org/promotions. Available to qualifying members only. Certain restrictions apply. AmFirst is an equal housing lender. MLS number 403456. Federally insured by the NCUA. No purchase necessary. For complete offer details and rules, call 1-800-633-8431 or visit amfirst.org. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch. That's what you get at Walk-Ons. And now mix in the best atmosphere to watch live sports. Add that elite-level beer selection, and you've got a winner just off Highway 280 and 119. Happy hour at Walk-Ons is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons. That sound means someone got great advice. Always have a good plumber on standby. For me, that is Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Jeremy Purvis and his team can handle commercial and residential plumbing needs, and they give you free quotes. 205-516-4927 or ironmountainworld.com. They handle all your plumbing and jetter services. They'll do everything from drips to new fixtures, and they are licensed, bonded, and insured. ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Is that the sound of an ooey gooey cheesy crunchy slice of P-I-Z-Z-A? Obviously, but as good as that sounds, we think it can get even better. Oh yeah, that's the sound of a freshly opened fizz-filled Pepsi. The only thing that can take this flavor medley of crunchy dough, mouth-watering cheese, and savory sauce to the next level. How about another bite? Pepsi and pizza sound like a match made in heaven and taste even better. Pizza, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Hey, for the best pizza in Birmingham for lunch or dinner, make it Slice. Go see the Bajalia brothers, Jeff, Jason, and Chris. Slice Pizza and Brew is as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. 2 great locations, Lakeview and Vestavia. Did you know 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer? September is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, and the expert urologists at Urology Centers of Alabama are leading the way in diagnosing and treating men with prostate cancer. Early detection is the key to survival. Guys, if you're over 50, it's time to have your PSA levels checked. It only requires a simple blood test and physical exam. With 13 convenient locations, making an appointment is a no-brainer. Visit UrologyCentersAlabama.com or call 205-930-0920.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
All right, something we haven't really talked about. We haven't hung around and chatted about UAB and Georgia. We'll get into that in just a second as well. Part of our show being brought to you by the folks at Precision Sports.
Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 convenient locations, including the Southern Orthopedic Sports Medicine Associates location right there in Jasper. Now with 14 total providers, you can make that same-day appointment for orthopedic or sports medicine care. Call 855-219-6200 or visit them online, precisionsportsortho.com.
First off, the injuries. Haynes King out until mid-October from Matt Zenitz on 3 Sports, the Texas A&M quarterback. That's one thing. Will Anderson was a concern for Alabama fans. You said early in the show, though, Brown, that you thought it was a day-to-day situation, that he may even play in Gainesville. Nick Saban sort of backed that up, that he's still in the mix, that he is literally day-to-day and is not going to practice today. He won't even rule him out of practice tomorrow.
Yeah, I think they got better news on Sunday than they had feared on Saturday. Or maybe on Saturday night than they had feared early Saturday. Whenever the procedures were done, that kind of gave them the indication of what they were looking at there. I think it went much better than anyone involved thought it was going to. And I believe he'll play in Gainesville. I think you'll see Will Anderson in Gainesville. And let me tell you, man, when he left and then went to the locker room, my fear was he was done for the year.
Well, I think Saban, based on that press conference right there, I think he had the same fear you had.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's just the way it looked like. Like yesterday, I'm watching the Dolphins, Raekwon Davis. I mean, he laid on the field for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And he had his helmet ready to come back in the game, so it's hard to know on these things.
It really is, and that's why you have to wait for the medical report. It may have been a brace thing with Raekwon there. Another thing that was discussed there, was the possibility of Florida playing 2 quarterbacks. And Nick Saban made a point there that the skill set and the plays they call, at least what they've seen so far from Emory Jones to Anthony Richardson, is not that dynamically different. So it's not like you're having to play for 2 drastically different style of play. Emory Jones and Anthony Richardson, though Richardson looks like a much better athlete, the preparation is for both quarterbacks, but he says that's not hard to do with the style of play and the way Dan is calling plays for both of those guys. Almost the same playbook.
Yeah, I just wonder when Dan Mullen's going to make that decision to not play 2 quarterbacks. You know he doesn't want to play 2 quarterbacks.
Can I make a point on that? If you are Dan Mullen and you believe you play in the SEC championship game again, and you believe it's going to be against Alabama, you get 2 bites at the apple here. You play Emory Jones in this one, and then when you play him again, they haven't seen Anthony Richardson. Then you play him there. Is that,
no,
is that
look,
a possibility? Can you think of that?
I think the only problem, I see your point, and if you're Dan Mullen and you're Florida, you've got to believe that you're going to represent the East again. Look, you're 2-0, you haven't played great opponents, and you haven't looked fantastic beating both of those opponents. But if you're Dan Mullen too, you've got to play to win this game. And I think he's still unsure that Emory Jones can play 4 quarters and win that game. And Richardson is such a, I don't want to say different quarterback, but boy, man, he looks like he can be electric. He's just got to get more consistent throwing the football.
Why do you think they're going with Emory Jones? I think everybody that watches thinks Richardson's the better of the 2.
Well, you would say experience and poise, but he's thrown 4 interceptions.
I know, and the experience isn't that deep. As a
4
starter,
interceptions against average teams.
Yeah, it's not deep as a starter. Now, yeah, he's got experience in spot duty.
Yeah, but it also isn't 2 drastic styles too. If one was a really good pocket passer and one was a dynamic on the edge option runner or RPO guy, if that was that big of a difference, you could say, well, it's a yin and yang. It's an off-speed pitch.
It's what the Bears in San Francisco are doing right now in the NFL.
Correct. Right. Yeah. If it were like the Bears, where I've got Andy Dalton and Justin Fields, I got a statue and I got a dynamic quarterback.
Yeah, and Garoppolo is, he's pretty athletic, but he's not Trey Lance.
Yeah,
you've got 2 different quarterbacks in that situation.
But it's what Nick Saban just said. They really don't do anything different. It's the same offense. They're running the same offense.
Another thing from Nick Saban's news conference, poise of Bryce Young on the road. This guy's shown us nothing yet that thinks he's not going to be poised on the road, but this is a true road test. It was mostly Alabama fans in Atlanta, then at Bryant-Denny Stadium. Now it's in Gainesville, sellout, hard sellout. 2:30, you got the heat, you got national TV, and you got a jam-packed house. It'll be another test for the young quarterback.
Well, sure. Yeah. It will be because I think the atmosphere will be electric. I think Florida fans, I guess, by the time they kick, will have drank enough to believe they can win this game.
It's a 2:30 kick. Will they have had that much?
To me, let me give you the numbers. Again, I brought up Iowa State and Iowa in the Cyhawk Trophy game that we talked about. And Iowa State had twice as many yards, twice as many first downs, but they were -4 in turnovers. If Alabama is -4 in turnovers Saturday in Gainesville, do they lose the game?
They lose the game, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, -4 in turnovers. That's going to be hard to overcome on the road.
Yeah, -4 is almost impossible.
But I'm saying
to win.
that's about what it would take, though, to me, based on what I've seen from both of these teams.
When do you think the last time they've been -4 in turnovers?
Never under Nick Saban.
Maybe Louisiana Monroe. That's the kind of game you have to lose to Louisiana Monroe.
It is.
Check that out. I will tell you about my friends at the Pants Store. Then Brown will update us on that stat. If you're looking for game day polos, man, nothing better than going on the road and wearing a good-looking Cutter and Buck or Antigua or Taylor and Mick game day polo or a great game day hat from our friends at the Pants Store. So if you're loading up and going to Happy Valley, or if you're loading up and you're going to Gainesville, stop by the Pants Store, 5 locations, and get geared up. You can also get the sunglasses there, brands for men and women, Ray-Ban, Costa, SunCloud, and Gooder, all the game day accessories. You can pack that Bud Light into those Yeti coolers, Yeti cups, Yeti Huggies, and for the ladies, everything you need as far as your fashion as well, including those clear purses to carry into the game. It's all right there. 5 locations, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, or Huntsville, or anything online at pantsstore.com, pantsstore.com. Don't go to the game this week wearing less than quality game wear. Wear the best, and that's what you get, pantsstore.com. What were they in the ULM game? Did you go back to that one?
I can't go that far back. The site I use,
that was
which
before
is
computers?
CFBstats.com, only takes me back to They were -5 against Ole Miss in that 43-37 loss that night game.
Bryant Denny?
Yeah, Bryant Denny.
Where they fumbled a kick and balls were bouncing off helmets.
Yeah,
and blah, blah,
-5.
blah.
-5, and they lost by 8.
Yeah,
I mean, that shows you.
Brooks said 2015 lost turnover margin 5-0, and they barely lost.
They barely lost.
I think if they were -4 against Florida, I still think they could win the game.
Yeah.
I mean, Iowa State had a shot until, once they got into the fourth quarter, it just didn't seem like they were going to be able to move the football. But, they still only lost by 10.
All right, quick break here on the next round. When we come back, that UAB and Georgia reaction on both sides. Vegas says something after seeing that game about the Georgia Bulldogs. That's next on the next round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. Major situation the other day. Basement and garage flooded. So who did I call? Our friends at Dry Tech Water Restoration. Call them today, 205-637-0143. They were at my house within an hour. They will always respond quickly, and they answer the phone, 205-637-0143. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. No ties to any insurance companies. Go online, mydrytech.com. That's mydrytech.com, or call 205-637-0143. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
I can't say it simpler than this. Way to Wellness saved my life. I'm Jim Dunaway, and the Way to Wellness program helped me lose 45 pounds and get my blood pressure and cholesterol in check. You can do it too. Go to the website, aplanforme.com. No cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed for you. The program is overseen by board-certified professionals. There are no contracts, there are no sign-up fees, and you get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com. Tell them you want a plan like Jim. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's, headquartered in Birmingham. They are committed to providing world-class service every time since 1973, serving over 100,000 families from businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville, providing residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services. Put in promo code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service, 866-WAYNES1.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Those big home games are coming, and you need the game day gear from the Pants Store. Game day polos from Cutter and Buck, Antigua, and Taylor and Mick. Every guy loves a great hat. The Pants Store has all the hats, Yeti coolers, cups, Huggies, plus sunglass brands for men and women. Ray-Ban, Costa, and Gooder. See everything at pantsstore.com, including ladies' game day fashion in smocked waist shorts, skirts, skirts, booties, and bodysuits. All this at 5 locations of the Pants Store in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and online at pantsstore.com.
Suffering from an old sports injury? Or tweak a joint being a weekend warrior? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics may be able to reduce or eliminate your knee, hip, or shoulder pain, increase your mobility, and get you back in the game. From pediatrics to geriatrics, appointments are available at 9 convenient locations affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Cool weather is approaching, and now is the time to get your heating system checked out. Excalibur Services excels in all residential heating, cooling, or electrical problems or upgrades you may have in your home. Owned by a Marine veteran, Excalibur uses highly trained HVAC and electrical service experts to ensure the job is done correctly and in a timely manner. If you're looking for a company you can trust to do it right, call Excalibur today at 205-718-8688 or excaliburservice.com. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Hey, listen, guys, as we about to discuss Vegas trips and the betting spread for the national championship and UAB and Georgia all in just a second. If your energy level, this is no shot at UAB, but if your energy level isn't where you want it to be, or if your workouts aren't the same, if your libido is down, Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution for you. I found out I am suffering from low testosterone as well, but then I met my friends at the Alabama Men's Clinic, so that is gone now. You can go by the Alabama Men's Clinic right there in Homewood, centrally located in the Birmingham area, get a medical consultation and blood work done. If medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is absolutely free. Set up the appointment today, 205-598-7000, 205-598-7000, or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. Boy, testosterone level being exactly right changes your life, and a lot of men put it off because they don't think they're embarrassed, or they don't feel like they need to get the treatment themselves, that they can live with it. Trust me, it's better to have your testosterone exactly right. The Alabama Men's Clinic can dial it in. Located in Birmingham to serve you. The number again, 205-598-7000. And one click away at alabamamensclinic.com.
We got some breaking news in the Southeastern Conference.
Good or bad?
What is it?
It is bad if your name is Ed Orgeron and if you're an LSU player, or LSU fan, excuse me.
Oh, no.
Running back John Emery Jr. is academically ineligible for the remainder of the season, according to Ed Orgeron.
Wow, makes you wonder if he was eligible to play in that first game, or the first few games. So he's academically out.
He's done. He's done for the season. So it goes from...
Well, they can't run the football.
No, they really can't. And John Emery Jr. is not going to be doing it anymore. So.
Yeah, but I'll be honest with you, they couldn't...
but he hasn't played this year, so I guess that's why
he hasn't played yet. Okay, that's good. That's good. They were having trouble running the football, I guess, without him. So we'll see if they can.
Corey
can
Kiner kid is going to be the guy they're going to lean on. Davis Price has got the experience, but Kiner is the freshman, and it looks like it's either him or they're going to have some serious problems.
They've got trouble running the football, and it's not going to be John Emery Jr. the rest of the year.
Yeah, so that's trouble for Coach O as well. All right, UAB and Georgia this past weekend. The Blazers did not put their best foot forward in this game right here. Stetson Bennett III threw 5 touchdown passes. What was it, only 12 attempts in the game?
We talked about 20 attempts, 5 touchdowns yesterday for Jameis Winston. Even better, 10 for 12, 288, 5. I forgot which one of you guys on our text thread said they're making Stetson Bennett look like Tom Brady. That was one of the most...
Forrester said that.
It was a good line. One of the most embarrassing performances, I'll say, in UAB football history.
Yeah, because, this is a championship quality team with everybody back. And for whatever reason, either Georgia is that good.
Well, Tyler Johnson's not good. He's not a good quarterback.
Either Georgia's that good or UAB didn't play their game. But that defense is supposed to be good, Brown. Those touchdown passes were 73, 89, 61. They were not like they were touchdown passes in the red zone. They were 73, 89, 61-yard touchdown throws.
Yeah, I think this is one thing you get when you get a really big talent gap. And Bill Clark's done a nice job recruiting at UAB, but he doesn't recruit on Georgia's level. You're not going to do that at UAB. So I think this is evidence of a big talent gap. And look, I'll be honest, when I saw Stetson Bennett was starting, I thought UAB's got a chance to keep this within 3 touchdowns. I never thought they had a chance to go over there and win.
Oh, I thought it could get really interesting into the second half when Bennett was starting, when JT Daniels was ruled out.
I thought 21 points. I thought UAB will keep this one 3 touchdowns. Won't look too bad. And they got blown out.
Well, here's the thing, or I'm frustrated, Dunaway, if I'm a UAB fan, because you see teams like Montana beat Washington. You see Jack State beat Florida State. UAB is a team that is consistently winning this conference championship now. They're winning 10 games. Why can they not go on the road and hang with a team like Georgia?
Well, for UAB, their next step, right, is to be
what Boise State has done, what UCF has done, what programs like that, Houston, when they have been elite at that level, what they have done. Group of 5 teams that rock the Power 5, playoffs. They don't make the playoffs, but they change the landscape. They pull some upsets along the way. And you just thought, well, maybe UAB is getting to that point where they can start beating some of these teams on a consistent basis to where they can become maybe in the conversation with Boise, with UCF like that. That's where UAB's next step is, to become the UCF or the Boise States of that level until maybe a Power 5 bid comes. And when you do it like you did in this game right here, that seems forever away.
Yeah. I mean, it does.
And I think, this next game out against North Texas, a game they should win, is going to be a pivotal moment because Bill Clark's got to get the guys together and say, look, can still be a special season. We can still win 11 games. We can win the conference championship. There's an outside shot we could still be New Year's 6. Doubtful based on some of the teams that are up there right now. But based on what I saw this past Saturday, Tyler Johnston, as good as he looked against Jacksonville State, he looked equally worse against Georgia. And I think there's at least 2 more losses, probably 3 losses coming up for UAB.
Well, I mean, they got to get it right quick because their next 2, you're right, North Texas, they were 2-touchdown favorite on the road, but their next 2 are at Tulane, who's a pretty good football team.
Yeah, we saw a lot of fight in them anyway at Oklahoma.
Yeah, I mean, they played right with Oklahoma, ball in hand with a chance to go win the football game.
And that game is going to be back in New Orleans on campus. It'll be very emotional for the Tulane kids.
Yeah, September 25th. That's a tough game for UAB. I imagine they're underdogs in that game. It's against Tulane.
Tough game.
And then you got Liberty at home, and Liberty's a good team. Liberty got a good win at Troy this weekend.
Yeah,
I was surprised by that. I thought Troy would hang with them.
I thought Troy would upset them, 21-13.
Yeah,
Liberty will be favored. Tulane I don't know if Tulane will be favored.
It's tight,
it'll be tight. Marshall will be favored. UTSA, who I think wins Conference USA. Again, another impressive performance this past week from Traylor's group. I think they're going to be dogs in all those games. I think best case they're 9-3 based on what I saw.
Got to get it right quick.
Yeah, bounce back this weekend for UAB. Meanwhile, for Georgia, the betting odds off of the UAB game changed a lot. Let me explain this to you here. In Las Vegas, after Georgia got their win over Clemson, they became the number 2 team in the AP poll, but they were also number 2 in Vegas. It was Alabama, this from BetMGM, Alabama plus 260, Georgia plus 800. Okay, Ohio State was plus 500, Clemson was plus 350. Those were the odds before. Now, Alabama plus 220, Georgia plus 375, and then it drops off after that big gap before you get to Ohio State, Clemson, Oklahoma, Oregon, and Iowa. So the gap closed between Georgia and Alabama on the betting board out in Las Vegas after they saw really Georgia's offense open up against, reputation-wise anyway, a pretty darn good UAB defense.
I would just say if this was old school BCS and we didn't have a 14 playoff, if I'm Vegas, I'm looking at SEC championship game winner is going to win the national championship. I mean, based on 2 weeks of what we've seen. I mean, do you guys believe Georgia, Alabama neutral site could beat anybody out there?
Right now, what I've seen, those are the best 2 teams in the country right now.
Oklahoma doesn't have the defense. Ohio State doesn't have the defense.
Yeah, Iowa doesn't have the offense.
Nope. Clemson doesn't have the offense.
I don't think Oregon has the quarterback play to get it done.
I would agree.
They looked really good in Columbus.
And their defense gave up 600-plus yards in that win.
I mean, think about Alabama against Oregon right now. Alabama wins the game by probably 21-28.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's those 2 teams, and everybody else in Vegas agrees with you right now. All right. Final segment of the show coming up after a quick timeout here, and we'll put the wraps and give you our best and our worst of the weekend. That's how we start off every Monday show, thanks to our friends at Hemp Hill Services. We appreciate them so much. When we come back, the best thing and the worst thing we saw this weekend to put a wrap on the Monday edition of The Next Round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
It is the American dream to buy your own home. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Mortgage Right wants to make that dream a reality with branches across the country. Mortgage Right has all the resources of a nationwide organization while maintaining the charm of a local lender. Mortgage Right makes home buying simple. If you are looking for a quick and caring mortgage experience, Mortgage Right is your go-to lender. Get started by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. Mortgage Right, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
All right, guys, I don't know about you, but there is one game I don't ever want to be out of. And that's why I'm glad we have the Alabama Men's Clinic right here in Birmingham. They have treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. There are many different causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. The Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. You can set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. I know what you're thinking. A lot of guys actually just take a pill, but sometimes that pill doesn't work, or it can give you unwanted side effects. Let the pros come up with your game plan. There's no need to wait. Depression, anxiety, a new connection with that special person in your life. It could be all just one important play away. Call 205-598-7000 or get back in the action at alabamamensclinic.com.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whatever your preference, we have everything from tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon category to local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. And don't forget about that 29-degree man-sized drafts. It's Twin Peaks at the Patton Creek Shopping Centers.
Buying a house is stressful. Selling a home is stressful. It's an emotional process leaving your home where you raised your family and moving to the home of your dreams. You need a realtor to help you buy with confidence and sell with success. That realtor is Holly Mack Wilson. She is an experienced realtor who often gets her clients' homes sold quickly and usually for more than asking price. Call Holly Mack Wilson and let her help you buy with confidence and sell with success. 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Keller Williams Tuscaloosa realtor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's, headquartered in Birmingham. They are committed to providing world-class service every time since 1973, serving over 100,000 families from businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville, providing residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services. Put in promo code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service, 866-WAYNES1.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Cool weather is approaching, and now is the time to get your heating system checked out. Excalibur Services excels in all residential heating, cooling, or electrical problems or upgrades you may have in your home. Owned by a Marine veteran, Excalibur uses highly trained HVAC and electrical service experts to ensure the job is done correctly and in a timely manner. If you're looking for a company you can trust to do it right, call Excalibur today at 205-718-8688 or excaliburservice.com. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Back in the Next Round, final segment, taking you to the top of the hour. Live on a Monday. We're live every Monday through Friday, 9 to 1 Central Time, and then replay on our app. I got a tweet, a DM actually, over the weekend that said the favorite part about our new venture. Let me pull it up here real quick. Favorite part about the new venture is the fact that the versatility. You can just listen to it any time. It was Jonathan who says he was talking to, remember Jay Prater? Used to be at NBC 13.
Was he
guy.
a weather guy? Yeah, I remember that name.
He's in Wichita.
Jay Prater is?
Yep. And the guy in this family trip, Jonathan was out in Wichita, bumped into Jay Prater. He had an Auburn T-shirt on, and Jay said War Eagle to him. He said, "How do you know to say War Eagle?" He says, my parents are in Vestavia. I used to work in NBC 13, said the name, remembered him and everything. And
So they talked a little bit about us, and I used to work with Jay and what we're doing with the venture. They're heading to Pennsylvania to watch Auburn and Penn State. Jonathan and his family is. And he said, love the new flexibility for listening to the next round show. So far, so good on my end. Love the ability to listen anytime. And I get that a lot. If I can't catch you live or I only catch part of you live, to go back and catch the rest of their show. I appreciate that flexibility, and we love your input.
I would say if Jonathan is heading to State College through Wichita, he might miss kick. That's not the same trip, right?
He obviously turned. He's coming back to Birmingham today and then heading up for that one. By the way, the University of Montevallo bringing you our final segment today. Our last big thing is brought to you by Montevallo. If you're looking for big things for your son and daughter, Montevallo is the place to get it. 75 majors with a list that's growing in majors and minors for any career that is right now in demand out there. Also 21 Division II scholarship sports on the NCAA D2 level. And they also have an e-sports team sponsored by the school and a national championship bass fishing team. Montevallo, a tight-knit community with buildings going up everywhere. Learn more and schedule an in-person tour about the place for your son and daughter to call home for college. It's the University of Montevallo, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. What was the best thing and the worst thing you saw this weekend?
I didn't have a worst. I had two best. I mean, it was the cat falling from Hard Rock Stadium.
Definitely.
Again, I don't know how a cat gets into Hard Rock Stadium. I mean, we've been out there before. It's in the middle of nowhere. I can understand back to War Memorial, Legion Field. I'm sure there's a lot of, feral cats running around those properties. But that catch, the crowd, I just thought it was really, really awesome. That was a cool moment. And then Aaron Rodgers, greasy cooter Aaron Rodgers, the dirty man that he is, him greasy struggling like that.
The ponytail,
God, I hope he struggles like that all year.
The odds are he will not.
I mean, he was the MVP last year. I mean, how many people go back-to-back on MVPs? Or, usually, though, the MVP doesn't fall off to where it's a horrible year, though.
No, you don't go from
well,
that
that's what was shocking.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys, if they lost that game by 7 and he had 300 yards, a couple of touchdowns, even a couple of picks. Tell you another thing was his numbers, career numbers in the state of Florida. Did you guys see them?
No.
It's weird. He's like 1 touchdown less than interceptions. His record was a losing record in the state of Florida.
I did see speculation that Sean Payton wanted that game in Jacksonville because they're used to the heat and humidity practicing in Metairie.
That's right.
And Green Bay is not practicing in Green Bay. So that Sean Payton was just like, hey, I'll love it down there with heat and humidity.
Well,
maybe so.
We've talked about your team started 7-5 before they won a Super Bowl last year. One of those 7 wins was against Green Bay, and you guys destroyed them. And that's how bad he looked in Tampa last year.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we will see after this first week if Green Bay can bounce back and if any of the teams that look great can flip it around. Can Jameis Winston stay as hot as he did? Okay, the final thing to talk about, we touched on it earlier when we were wrapping up with Bo Nix, and you can see our name, image, and likeness, Craneworks conversation with Bo Nix on our YouTube channel every week. We break it down and we tweet it out for you. Scott Forrester does a wonderful job of sending everything out there. But Peter Burns, coming off of our conversation with Bo Nix, says you guys are talking about the scheduling. Auburn has the toughest schedule as far as number of ranked teams that they're playing more than anybody else left in their schedule. If you go by the AP Top 25 poll this week, Auburn's got 6 games left against ranked teams.
Yeah, 6 out of 10,
That's
right?
6 out of 10 against ranked teams. Next is Alabama, Arkansas, each with 5. Texas A&M and Ole Miss, along with Penn State, each have 4. Penn State's into the group because they play an SEC team. Georgia's only got 3 games against ranked teams left in their schedule. Ohio State and Iowa each have 2. Now here's where a couple of playoff contenders feel pretty good. Oregon and Oklahoma each have 1 on their schedule. And then there's Clemson.
It's 0 if I had to guess.
It is 0.
Yeah.
It is 0.
I don't know if Clemson's got anybody even close. I'm going to pull up the coaches poll. I mean, others receiving votes: Central Florida, TCU, Liberty, Michigan State, USC, Indiana, LSU, Kansas State, Nevada, Oklahoma State, Texas, Maryland, Pitt.
Yeah.
Does Clemson play Pitt?
So
that's the closest one. They're getting 13 votes.
Is BC not receiving any votes yet?
Boston College is getting 8.
Okay.
So Pitt and Boston College are a long way out of this
I think
poll.
BC's good.
I do too.
And I mean,
but it just shows you the path. Like, Auburn fans, Pistachio earlier saying, boy, if Bo gets it right and they win this weekend, it could be 2004 or 2013 all over again. Well, I mean, you're going to get, not only this weekend, you'll get 5 more cracks at having impressive wins as well. And yes, you could get that type of year going. But boy, the challenge of the schedules that Auburn, Alabama, Arkansas, A&M, Ole Miss have to play is monumental compared to Oregon and Oklahoma.
Well, that's what I mean. If you look at if Oregon, Oklahoma, even Clemson and Ohio State had the same schedule as Auburn, they're probably at least 2 losses, maybe 3 this year.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that. And you know, I was looking at somebody for the Auburn schedule that might sneak in. I don't think Mississippi State could sneak in this poll. I mean, they're going to have to beat Texas A&M to do it. I think State's got a tricky game this week against Memphis. But I think they can be 4-0 going into that Texas A&M game. I was just seeing if there might be anybody else. It's hard enough for Auburn already. Anybody else that might sneak in that polling. Keep in mind, LSU was unranked. That was a game in the preseason you thought would at least be a ranked game, right? For Auburn. And LSU's unranked right now. Now, they could sneak back in.
I don't know if they'll be able to sneak back in. Especially losing John Emery. That's the word today, John Emery. Out academically for the rest of the year. That from LSU. Haynes King, the Texas A&M quarterback, out into mid-October from Matt Zenitz on 3 Sports. And then Nick Saban saying Will Anderson likely have the day off, but more encouraged now today than he was on Saturday. Made it sound like it's day-to-day and a chance that he could play in Gainesville this week.
I mean, it depends on if you think LSU at 3-1 gets back in. They are at Mississippi State the week before they play Auburn. They'll beat Central Michigan this week. If they beat Mississippi State on the road, that doesn't get back.
I think Central Michigan could be tricky for them.
Are you kidding me?
Based on the way Central Michigan moved the ball against Missouri, and you know Central Michigan's got McElwain back.
Now Lance said, we got to give him credit. Toledo was going to be a tough game for
Notre
Dame, and Toledo took Notre Dame to the absolute wire.
Well, those are the 2 best teams in the MAC, Central Michigan and Toledo.
That was my favorite moment, them popping Jack Cohn's finger back into location, him going out on throwing hand and throwing the touchdown pass on the very next play. Final few seconds of the show. Mario Cristobal now, by the way, 3-0 against the Big Ten with wins over Ohio State this past weekend, Wisconsin in the Rose Bowl last year, and Michigan State. So he is now 3-0 in the Big Ten. Big win for Oregon, big win for Iowa, big win for Jacksonville State. Brown supported the school all day long with his Adidas pullover.
Big C, little OCKS.
Yeah, good time. Looking forward to week 3. We'll continue our conversation on college football in the National Football League. Don't forget Josh Jacobs, the Alabama running back, listed as questionable tonight as we get a little Monday Night Football. Ravens and Raiders, 7:15. That one on ESPN. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
The choice you made, a promise not to be afraid, and let others decide what's best for you. You broke, yeah, now you won, yeah. You broke, yeah, now you won, yeah. So long, good friend, this is the end. I know it's harder than before. Unscathed by this, I only wish we saw behind the door.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown.